लाइट नहीं आ रही है क्या? हाँ, ये चार्ज भी नहीं है मेरा. Hello and good morning, everyone. We will have this 5-day training session on AZ500. That's Microsoft Azure Technologies that will run through this week. I hope this training is enjoyable and a good learning experience to everyone. We have Sergey, who is the trainer for this week. He is a Microsoft certified trainer and is a very good expert in this technology. I would request him to start the meetings. Hey, good morning, Sergey. Sergey, I believe you're on mute. So I would request everyone to please feel free to raise your hands or post your questions over this chat window, which will be open throughout the week of training. You may also feel free to raise your questions by unmuting yourself or by sharing your screen later on part of the day when you are having your labs.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sergey. Thank you. You're audible.
Good, because I thought we had 1 more minute, but no, we don't. All right. Good morning. And I can see my screen I can see the share screen. And probably you can see me. Good morning again. Thanks for joining. I see we have quite a lot of people, so we can start. And that's going to be the first day of our 5-day training course. My name is Sergey, and I will be your instructor for this week. And let me tell a couple of words about myself, and then we're gonna start our session. As I mentioned before, my name is Sergey. I'm Russian. And you know that Russians, they have some interesting reputation about security. I do have this, and so when I teach security, I prefer the hands-on approach. And also, if it's possible, I try to show some offensive parts, so how things may be attacked, and then how it may be protected. During the course, sometimes I will have this time to show some offensive things, but most of the time I will not have time for that because it's a certification exam course. But we'll have some time on Fridays. Additional things about. I will show you some additional things about offensive parts and defensive as well. By the way, Vietnam was the one of the last countries that I visited before all of those lockdowns in March. So I was there in March, just right before all the countries are closed. All right, so that's about a couple of words about me. But how about the course? We'll have 4-day course, really? No, we'll not have 4 days. We'll have 4 days. So this course is 4-day course from the content perspective. So during the 4 days, we will go through Azure topics. So today we'll have identity. Tomorrow we'll have platform protection. On Wednesday, we'll talk about application security. And on Thursday, we're going to cover like monitoring and Sentinel. But in fact, we will study 5 days, because day number 5 will be one of the most interesting, I think, because on day number 5, we'll run exam simulation. And so we'll run through practice tests and try sample questions. And also on day 5, we'll have some time, and I'm going to show you additional stuff, how things may be compromised and how can you protect them with some other some Azure configurations. So that's what you can expect from this week. So 4 days we'll go through official course. On day 5 we'll try like exam simulation, and also once again I will give you some real world topics from fields. So when my company, when me asked for penetration test, what we do to penetration test Azure services. All right, so it's time to start. Before I start, what I want to ask you to do, if you have any questions or you want me to clarify anything, please let me know. We have quite a lot of people here, so if you want to ask something, you have 2 approaches. First one is to use chat for this. I would say that's the most preferable, because just send me a message through the chat, and I will stop and answer your question. If you wanna turn on your microphone and ask something, yeah, that's possible, but please raise your hand first. I'm gonna call your name, and then you can just turn on your microphone and ask something with using your voice, if you wish. But I would say the chat will be much more convenient, I would say, because in that case, nobody will, you will not interrupt. No one. Just send a message through the chat. I will read that and answer your question. So please, if you have any questions, let me know. And if you look at the our days, in each day we will have, let me show you the schedule. In each day we'll have a schedule. We're going to start at 9 in the morning. So that's your local time now in the morning. In my case, it's much earlier. So we're going to start 9 in the morning. I will give you some information. I'm gonna give you like a lecture, but in my case it won't be the real lecture, because I prefer I prefer demos. So I'm gonna show you. I will go through slides really quickly, and then I'm gonna show you demo. And so in the beginning I'm gonna give you a demo. Then you'll have time to do the lab and have lunch. So you'll have some time for the labs and lunch. After this, after lunch, you will get back, and you'll see the second, and you'll see the session number 2. And after session number 2, you'll have some additional time for the second lab, for another lab. Maybe not second, maybe third lab. Anyway, so the schedule will look like this. We'll have a session, then lab, lunch, then session number 2, and another lab. That's how our schedule will look like. Of course, if you have some urgent meetings, that's fine. You may join to any moment you want. But of course, ideally is to stay present as much as possible, especially when I deliver the session. So when I give information, it's better to be there if it's possible. Of course, if you have some meetings with customers or with your colleagues, feel free to disconnect and reconnect back. But as much as possible, be presented. All right. Let me tell a couple of words about this course and this exam, and then we're gonna start our primary topic. So this course is for Azure Security Engineers. So I would say this course maybe not very typical for most of you. Because when we talk about security engineers, we mean that you must understand a lot of different topics from different areas. So if you look at the description, who security engineers are and what should they know, they should implement security controls, maintain organization security posture, manage identity and access, and protect data applications and networks. For example, when you talk about protect networks, that's one that's maybe one direction that you may work with. But when we talk about protect applications, that's maybe a completely different approach, because applications, they usually developed by developers, and you must know how those applications work as well if you want to protect them. So as security engineers, we must know a lot of Azure services. It may be containers, because our applications may be deployed on containers. It may be, for example, Key Vault, because applications, they may store some data in the Key Vault. But also it may be Azure Firewall, because we must know the networking as well. So this course will be quite interesting because you must know a lot of different Azure services. And some of those services may be more comfortable for network engineers. Some of those services may be more comfortable for developers. But you, as a security engineer, must know them all. Of course, not very deep. So for the courses, for some of the topics, I will give you general information. But we expect that you already have some prerequisites. What prerequisites are? We expect that you understand security in general, so you know what defense in depth is, what the principle of least privileges, role-based access control, and so on. We expect that you know networking technologies like VPN, IPsec, SSL, and some encryption technologies as well. We expect that you know Azure in general. You know how to deploy virtual machine. You know how to connect networks together. You know how to, configure peering between multiple networks. You know how to configure VPN between networks in Azure. So ideally, you should know all of this. And also, you should know the basics of our operating system, like Windows and Linux. Of course, you may not know all of this. If you have some white spaces, let me know. So when I deliver some topics, you may tell me, hey, wait a second. Can you tell more about this? Because maybe we don't have those prerequisites. So if something is not very common for you, let me know. Not now, but during the delivery, if something is confusing, let me know. That's important for us to be in a contact with you, in touch. All right. I think it's one of the last slides. Yeah, that's the last slide about the course in general, and then we're gonna start our official topic. This course is about exam. So during the course, the primary goal of this course is to prepare you for certification exam. And on the exam, we have 4 topics, 4 primary objectives. First one is identity and access, and that's an objective that we will have today, because protection and security starts from identity, and that's going to be topic of today, about identity and access. Tomorrow.
VPN sau á là có
Can you please, if yeah.
Sorry, is that a question for us? If not, mute yourself. We thought it is a question for us. Thank you. Sergey, probably we can go ahead. Hello.
I think he's on mute.
Yes, yes. I think he didn't realize it. Just a second. Sergey, are you there? Sergey, could you please unmute yourself? It looks like you got muted.
I didn't mute my. Who did it?
Not me.
That wasn't me. You saw my screen. I didn't mute myself.
It's fine.
Interesting. Please don't mute me. If you want to hear me, of course. If you want. Anyway, thanks. I think I should repeat the slide again. So today we're gonna have management and access. That's going to be the first exam objective. Tomorrow we're gonna cover platform protection, which is virtual machines, networking, and containers as well. On Wednesday we will have this objective: secure data and application. This one is going to be on Wednesday, like SQL databases, storage, Key Vault. And on Thursday, that should be Sentinel, Security Center, monitoring. So all of this will be on Thursday. As you can see, each exam objective represents, each day, thanks God you're here. Oh, yeah, I'm here. I think that's about me. Or not me. So each day, as you can see, it represents the exam objective. All right. So that's what you can expect from this course. And on Friday, we're going to have exam simulation. All right, finally, we can start our course. Oh, we have a meeting room here. So on Friday, and finally we can start our course. We can start our course, and the first topic, first objective is identity and access. As I mentioned before, I'm a big fan of live demos, so I prefer to show you things, not just talk about them. But let me in the beginning show you a couple of slides, and then I'm gonna start demos. In the first module, identity access, we're gonna cover Active Directory and how to protect your users with Azure AD, and how to integrate your on-prem Active Directory with Azure AD. So let me quickly show you let's quickly talk about Azure AD itself. Why do we need it? And then I'm gonna jump to demo. Azure Active Directory, that's going to be a primary topic for today. When we talk about security, one of the first things that we must secure is user identity. We must protect usernames, we must protect passwords, so we must control who can have access to our environment. And to control access traditionally, we have Active Directory on-prem on Windows Server. But when it comes to the cloud, um, our on-prem ID will not be the primary resource for this control, because if when we go to the cloud, we will use for identity for the purpose of to control this identity and access. We will use Active Directory in the cloud, which is Azure AD. Azure AD, that's a multi-tenant Active Directory. It has lots of benefits. For example, SSO between multiple applications, like Office 365, like your on-prem application, like third-party application. I'm going to show you SSO on Wednesday when we talk about applications. And also it has lots of things to integrate your existing Active Directory that you have on-prem with the cloud. And also it has a bunch of security features, which is going to be our primary topic of this day. So when we talk about integration between on-prem and the cloud, that's a different technologies. On-prem, we have Active Directory based on Kerberos and NTLM. We have a forest, domains, and OUs. And primarily, we use on-prem Active Directory for our on-prem data, for our on-prem users, for our on-prem applications, printers, and so on. When it comes to the cloud, we use different technology for authentication. We use SAML, we use open authentication. We don't have forest anymore. We have tenant now, which is slightly different entity. And we, for our cloud-based resources, like cloud users, cloud applications, and it may be application, even third-party application, not only Microsoft application, but also it may be application that you develop or application that developed by some other companies, but work with Azure AD. And once again, we'll have it on Wednesday. And what is the most interesting, that in Azure AD, we have lots of security features that we will cover soon. Also, when it comes to Azure Active Directory, we must first say who will be administrator in our Azure Active Directory before we start to do anything else. So somebody must be logged in. So somebody must log in as an administrator to create all other users. And we can configure permissions who will be administrator using roles. Azure AD roles for Azure AD. I hope you heard. If you can instruct about lab information for each attendee again. We didn't talk about this moment, so I'll talk about labs slightly later. Don't worry about that. So roles. With roles, we can control who can have access where, and who can have access to Azure AD, what permissions it will have in Azure AD. All right, from here, let me jump to demo. And here you can see Azure Portal. On Azure Portal, we work with Azure AD. If I click the Azure Active Directory, on the left, I can see the menu. I would say here today, we're going to cover some of the blades on the left. Some of them are quite typical, like users, groups, roles. Some of them, like security down below, will be less common for. If we look at them, if we compare on-prem ID and Azure AD, users and groups, it's quite common thing. Roles, it's something new. Security features, also some new configurations. So roles. If I go to roles and administrators, I can see list of roles here. And what should you keep in mind, that there is a role called Global Administrator, which is the most powerful role in our Azure environment, in our Azure AD environment. From this role, will have all keys to the kingdom. In my case, it's my demo tenant, so I have lots of users here. That's fine. But generally speaking, in the real world, you should not add too many users to a global administrator role because this role will have too much access. So in the beginning, you must have a user who will have a role global administrator, and this user can configure anything else. So now I have a user with global admin role, and now let me go to users, and I must configure more users. I must create more users. Let me click new user here. And here I have two options. Create a new user, so this user can authenticate in Azure AD, or I can invite user. Let me first create new user, and that's going to be member. So this user will exist in my Active Directory. Let me create a new user. Let's call not called yet. Let's give this name. Let's create a new password. I think this password will not work. Oh, that works. Interesting. From here, I can specify roles to the user, but I don't need just, let's say it's going to be just a regular user. And let's say create. Good. And now, if I want to allow this user to authenticate, I don't need to do anything else. This user can just authenticate. And type the password. I must change my password. Now, let's do it real quick. And now this user can log in. So nothing tricky. I hope you know how to do that. So there's nothing hard here. And you know how to create a new user. Let me find this user here. Here, this user has a type called member. So member means this user exists in my Active Directory in the cloud. I have a full control over this user. I can, for example, I can say reset password. And if I have a permission, of course, I can change password for this user. If I want, I can remove this user, I can delete this user, and this user will not exist anymore. And if I remove the user, a user cannot log in anymore. So I have full control over this user. So that's member. So this user exists in my Active Directory. Let me click on new user again, and this time let me invite user. By the way, there's an alternative here. I can invite user from here, or I can go back and click create new guest user. That's going to be the same thing. That's an invitation of user. Invite user. So what means invite? In case of invite, I will not create a new user. I will invite existing user from the different directory. For example, you have your own AD, or you have your personal account, and I can invite you to my AD, and you'll have Active Directory. So invitation will not create a new user. It will just allow you with your existing account to access my directory. For example, let's say you already have your AD. Let me give it the same name. I mean the same username. But let's say if you don't mind, I will take. I can see one of the companies, Tech Experts One Member Limited. I don't know your domain, but let's say you have domain like this, techexpert.vm. I don't know if this exists or not. I will just use it as an example, nothing else. So I can invite a user like this if I specify just user email address. Let's click invite. Now look at this. So this user has a different type called guest. And if I tick the box against the user, and let's say reset password, it says, no way, you cannot do that. You cannot change the password for this user. Why? Because you don't control this user. You just invite the user to have access to your directory, but this user exists in the different directory. You cannot change the password for this user. It's not yours. You just allow access to this user, but you don't control the actual user. And if I delete the user as well, yes, I will remove the access, but I will not remove the user itself. So that's the difference between guest users and members. Members exist in my directory, so I fully control the user, which is member. Guest, that's the user which is invited from the different directory, and I control only access, but not the identity itself, not the user identity. All right, hope it makes sense, the difference between those two type of users. But in general, I hope you already know what users are and you work with them, because it's one of the primary objects that we have. And if you work with Azure before, I mean, it's not your first time when you see the Azure portal, probably you already create users, so that's not something new for you if you work with Azure before. Even if you didn't, it's quite similar to on-prem Active Directory, but in that case, you also have invited users as well. So users. Then we have groups, which also quite similar to on-prem ID. Because with groups, we can group users together, and based on the group, we can send them emails or assign permissions. Let me click new group. And here we have two types of groups: security group and Microsoft 365 group. What's the difference between them? Generally speaking, for the purpose of this course, we don't care about Microsoft 365. That's not about this course. But let me just quickly show you, and I'll show a comparison. Microsoft 365 groups versus, it should be an article like this, compare groups. And here you may find different type of groups, and you may find also the comparison between them, like why do we use Microsoft them for collaboration between users both inside and outside of your company. For each group, members get the email and shared workspace for conversation, files, and calendar events and planner. So that's Microsoft 365 groups. Security groups, they are more for grant access. So they are to provide access to users. And so you should use them for these purposes. Once again, in this course, we'll care more about security groups. So let me create a new security group. Let's call it as well it num, but this time called jar. And also we have membership type. Membership type may be assigned, which is like a more classic, that well-known type of membership, when we manually add members to this group. That's what we do in on-prem Active Directory. So let's say I want to add users. Let me add the member and guest to this group. So I manually add those two users to this group. That's called assigned membership. There's nothing tricky here. We have assigned membership everywhere, on-prem ID, everywhere. That's a classic way to configure membership for groups. But also we have a different type of membership, which called dynamic user and dynamic device. With those membership types, we can automate adding users to those groups. Like one of the downsides of assigned membership is you must maintain this membership always. For example, let's say you have user 1 and user 2, and you add them to group 1. Then after 4 months, you add user 3. What you must do, you must add user 3 to group 1 as well, if you need it, of course. So you must always maintain user membership. And if some of the users should not be a member of the group anymore, you must remove the user manually. So you always must maintain the membership, which is not always super convenient. Dynamic user or dynamic device, they may automate this process for you if you create the condition properly. So let me show you dynamic user. If I click dynamic user and I click add dynamic query, what will happen? The membership will be based on the query. I can say, for example, city of the user must contain or must equal to be honest, I don't remember how. Let's say Hanoi. That's going to be. I think that should be correct. Ho Chi Minh is it's a multiple words. I think 3 words. Ho Chi Minh. Let's say Hanoi. Maybe Hanoi also multiple words, but I think in English it's only one. So if city equals to Hanoi, or maybe contains, so those users will be members of this group. I don't have information about cities, so let me just try something else. Let's say user principal name should starts with yet. Oh, not here. Here. Like this. So let me click save and click create. So it needs some time before a rule will be evaluated. So I will not see members immediately. It will take some time. So if I go to members at this moment, there's nothing here. But if I wait a bit, click refresh. If I wait a couple of minutes, I should see 2 users, 1 member and 1 will be a member of this group. So based on the query, on this query, I should see those users. So what I can do, by the way, I can validate user against my rule. So let's say I want to check if this user will be a member of the group. Let's click select. Yeah, it should be. It should be. Let's try somebody else. Let's try user Michael Smith. Let's click select. No, he shouldn't be there. And let me add a guest user as well. Yeah, this user should be the member as well.
Hey, Sylvie, you are muting. You are muting.
Sergey, we couldn't hear you. You are on mute.
How it's possible that I mute again? So you saw what I... Oh, Arnold saying not here. Huh, that's interesting. What did you hear the last? So users groups, everything was fine, right? Hopefully. That's interesting. Why it was muted the second time? Um, interesting. Anyway, um, let me just say again. So users and groups. That's quite. You can hear me now. And you cannot see my screen? Huh. No, you should see my screen. At least I can see my screen from on a different device. So
Yes, that's true.
yeah,
We can also see your screen. So probably you can, like, whoever is not able to see their screen should log out and rejoin the call.
yeah, you can just quickly reconnect if you cannot see my screen. But I wonder why I muted the second time in a row. So groups, and also roles. And what I can tell you about roles here, for the purpose of this course, you don't need to memorize all of the roles. You may find some of them on the exam, and during the demo, I'm gonna cover some of the roles in Azure AD roles. But generally speaking, in this course, in this exam, you don't need to memorize roles for the Azure AD. If you want to take an exam, which is MS 100, maybe you heard about this, like a Microsoft 365 expert, in that case, you must remember all of those roles, half of those roles at least. For the purpose of this exam, IZ500, you don't need to memorize roles, at least those roles from Azure AD. So that's the basics of Azure AD, users, groups, and roles, like a basic object. And with them, we can just move on and try some interesting things. So when you have users in the cloud, one of the first problem with those users are public. So, for example, when you have on-prem ID and you create a new user, this user will not be public, at least by default, at least in the beginning. So when you create a new user in on-prem ID, user will be protected by your network boundary. So yes, internal users, they will see this user somehow, but this user will not be available for everyone in the world. But if you use Azure AD, right after you create a user, this user will become public. So this user may be reached by anyone in the world by default. Let me find this user that I create. Let me take this username. Let me run the workstation from that in a different country. So let's just copy this. Or even if you take this username that you see on the screen and you try to log in with this username, of course you don't know the password, you don't. But at least it will ask you for password, and you can try to brute force. You can try different passwords. Let's try it. For example, let's go to Azure portal. Let's sign out. Oh, looks like I already have. Oh yeah, I already have. So I can try to do different passwords. Let's try one password. Oh, it doesn't work. Let's try a different one. doesn't work, but at least I can try. So this user is become public just by default. We can control it. We can control, but by default, this user is public. And that's one of the problems. Not a really problem. It's not a problem. It's a specific of the cloud. That's a specific that we must keep in mind. Users are public. Our resources are public by default, and we should keep that in mind and protect it right after we create them. Because when we use on-prem environment, we know that we have a network boundary. We know that we have our network firewall, our on-prem firewall that can protect connectivity to our resources. But it's not the case by default with the cloud. Not the case. So we must protect it just right after we create the resource. I'm trying to connect to my virtual machine. Different country. Looks like it installed some updates. Because usually it's much faster. It appears much faster. Anyway, so I think you got an idea. So we must protect accounts and our cloud resource, cloud assets, immediately right after we create them. Now let's go to users and discuss first thing that we should enable for them after we create them. And the first thing called a multi-factor authentication, or shortly MFA. So if I click MFA, it will redirect me to the different portal where I can enable MFA for the specific user, and also I can control MFA. Let me do it real quick. And look at this. I can see that my member may be controlled. It's white. It has an empty box here, so I can put a checkbox here. But the user who is the guest, it's grayed out. I cannot enable MFA for the guest user because it's not my user. It's when you enable MFA per user on the user level, you cannot do it for guest. Keep it in mind, you don't control guest as on the user level. You may control guest access, but not the guest account. But let me enable MFA for this member. Good. And now let me try to log in as this member again. And now it says there is more information required. By the way, can I connect to this workstation? No, I can connect. More information required. Now let me open my device and I click next. So it says you must connect your application. Let me click next. By the way, if you haven't worked with that before, there's instruction. How can you get this application? That's called Microsoft Authenticator. You may find it in the store for Android or for iOS. Click next. Click set up your account. Click next. And here I must scan QR code. Let me do it real quick. Come on. All right, let's try it like this. Oh, finally. Good. So let's click next. Approve. And now that works. So also I must specify my phone number, because in case if I lose my I lose my application, or something goes wrong with my application, I should have also some different way to sign in and to restore my access. So I must specify my phone number as well, even if I use mobile application. I'm waiting for the message. Yep, I do have it. And that's it. Done. And now, every time when I log in, what will happen? I will be prompted for MFA. Look at this. So my user now has MFA status called enabled. Please take note. Maybe for this exam you don't need to take note about this, but at least remember the name of the status, enabled. Let me click refresh. Let me find this user again. And look at this. Now it says enforced. Now it says enforced. Why it's enforced? Enforced means the difference between enabled and enforced. Enabled, that's a prompt. For registration. So it means when I log in, it will ask me to add my device. That was on the first time. And after this, enforced means prompt for MFA for actual for actual authentication. Let me just sign out. In my case, now it's enforced. So if I type password and I have the notification on my mobile device, I click approve. And now I can log in. So when you just enable MFA, when you enable, it will have status enabled. Enabled means that users did not register. So enabled means that you enable MFA but didn't log in to actually add the device like I did it in front of you. Enforced means that user already register, and now each time when user log in, it will be prompted for MFA. All right. And that's MFA per user. So when I enable MFA for each user, and keep in mind, in that case, I can only enable MFA for my members in that case. I cannot do it for guest. So for guest, I'm not responsible for guest. For guest, my partner is responsible, not me. So the tenant where this user exists, when this user was created, this tenant is responsible for this user. All right, so that's MFA per user. Also, what we can do, we can click on this title. I know it doesn't look like a button, but that's a really button. And if you click here, service settings, you may find some configurations. So first of all, you can skip MFA for some IP address. So that's going to be whitelisted addresses. You will not be asked for MFA from these addresses. Let me just share that real quick. Let's see my IP. Copy this. Also keep in mind, you must add only public addresses. So if I add something, let me just check my internal IP address, private IP address. So if I add something like 192.168.1.4, of course it will not work. Of course not, it will not work. You must use your public address only. So if I sign out and sign again, this time I shouldn't have MFA prompt. No, not anymore. No, because I whitelist this IP address. The most interesting option here, you may say which method for MFA will be available for your users. By default, you will have all of those checkboxes: call to phone, text message to phone, and all others. That's quite a good practice, is to disable call to phone and text messages, because they are less secure, and you know that it's not super hard to duplicate the SIM card, or own the user device, forward the SMS. So text messages and phone calls, they are less secure than mobile application. But also keep in mind, if you want to implement it in your company, you may face the issue, and that's what we had in the field, that some users, especially in large companies, because the more users you have, the more chances you have that some users, they do not use smartphones. Of course, not a lot, maybe 1-2 users per company, but you may have it. You may have users that do not use smartphones. And in that case, there's no alternative to text messages or phone calls. I know some users, and they don't use smartphones. Usually it's older generation, but they have the pretty fair logic. It's like smartphone. If we use this device, not a smartphone, but just a classic old phone, we don't need to charge it every day. We charge it a couple of times per month, or maybe even once per month. So you may face the issue like this. Keep it in mind. All right, so that's MFA per user. So when you enable MFA here for each user, and here MFA per user, it's very similar to. Do you remember groups with assigned access? It has similar downsides. When you enable MFA per user, you must maintain it. You must maintain it. So, for example, you have user 1 and user 2. You enable MFA for them. Then you add user 3. You must enable MFA as well. So, and you should not forget about this, to enable MFA when you create a new user. So in that case, you may forget someday to enable MFA for one of the users. So it's not very convenient to manage MFA for every single user you have. So it's much better and much more recommended to require MFA based on policies. So let's take a look on this. So let's take a look how to enable MFA based on policies. And by the way, when we require MFA based on policies, in that case, we can require MFA for our guest as well. Because in this time, when we control with policies, we will not control the user itself, we will control the user access. All right, so let me show you this. If I go to security in our Azure AD, there is an option called conditional access. And this option, this service, conditional access, will allow you to control access for your users. So let me just close this, hide this. Let me start one of the workstations. And there's a question there. can global admin pre-enroll MFA with SMS method for end users? When we talk about a method, we don't enroll specific method. So what we do, we allow user to use one of the methods. So you cannot say, for example, let's say I have user number 1, 2, and 3. You cannot say that user 1 must use SMS only. It's not possible to do it for the single user, to say, hey, this user use SMS and nothing else. So you may just say your users may choose between those methods, and you allow or not allow some of the methods. So you cannot say for the specific user exact method that this user will use. So the answer is no, you cannot do something like this. As global admin, you can say, so you may say you want to enable MFA for user, but you cannot say that this user must use exact SMS and nothing else. So that it should be done by user itself. So user must choose which method is more convenient for the user itself. So you as an admin just enable or disable MFA, but not the specific method. So let me go to let me go to security and go to conditional access. And here I have a list of policies. Let me just remove one of the policies. And now let's take a look on this policy. So with conditional access, you may allow or not allow access based on policies, or you may require MFA based on the policies. Let me show you this. Now I will use new user, and I will log into office.com and sign in with Smith. Nothing, no MFA, nothing, everything works fine. Let me click to Power BI. Let me click share. Oh, sway. Where's the SharePoint? All right, let's see. Power BI works. SharePoint looks like, yeah. Let me click Outlook and look at this. It says you must approve the request, and I click approve on my mobile device. And now I can log in. So I'm curious if you can pre-enroll. No, that's a responsibility of the end user, because it's going to. How can you? Of course, you can pre-enroll. You can say, "Hey, user, please give me your device, and I'm gonna configure it for you." That's what you can do if your users cannot do them themselves. But centrally, no, you cannot. You cannot associate user device, personal device especially. You cannot associate user device with the account. No, of course not. But you can do it if like you can say to user, bring your device to me, and I'm gonna do it for you. So that's good. That's how can you pre-enroll. All right. So as you can see, I logged in as M. Smith to Outlook, and I had to use MFA to log into specific application. So when I log into SharePoint, there was no MFA request. When I log into Power BI, there was no MFA request. But when I log into email, it asked me for MFA. That was a policy. I'm going to show you the policy later on, but just an effect of the policy. Let's see something else. Let's click Power BI and open the report. And I can see the map of the US. And let's say I want to download PBX file. No, will not work. It says download blocked, and it was blocked by your organization policy. To be honest, it's not a pure conditional access. That's its combination with Cloud App Security, which is not this. Which is out of scope of this course, but also it's conditional access partially. In the last demo for conditional access, let me just open the Android device. Let me try to log into SharePoint from Android device. My Android device not super fast, so please be patient here. Oh no. Oh, that works. All right, so I think I can log in now. No, not yet. All right, now I can log in. So I use msmith. Now let me type a password. Super hard. And fingers crossed, it should be blocked. It is. So look at this. So it says you can't access this right now. I can't access SharePoint from Android. So I could access SharePoint from Windows, but not from Android. All of these are examples of conditional access policies. Let me show you the policy. How can I create it? And you can see how to use that. So you see the usage example, but you'll realize how I did it when I show you the actual policy creation process. So all of this based on policy. First, when I create my policy, I must tell for which user this policy will apply. Will it be for all users, or for guest only, for external users? And in that case, I can require MFA for guest, because this time I don't apply MFA for user itself, but I require access with MFA to my environment. So users, guest users, they cannot access my environment without MFA in that case. If I create a maybe not only MFA, but just like an example MFA. So this time I can enable MFA for my guest as well, or I can add users from the roles. For example, I can say Exchange administrators. They must have some policies, or I can choose specific users or groups of users. For example, Vietnam. So look at this. It may be a specific user, it may be a guest user, or it may be a group. So all of this may be used. And also what I can do, I can specify the scope of users, and I can exclude some of them. For example, I can say, choose the group. Let's say group. And you remember, in this group, we have two members, those two guys. We have them in the group. Let me choose the group as a scope. So what I can do, I can exclude some users from this. Let's say exclude guest. And what will happen now? So this policy will apply to the group, but one of the members will be excluded from the policy. Exclusion always wins over inclusion. So if I exclude someone, it will be excluded from the policy. So policy will not apply to this user. So you can play with this inclusion exclusion it's very flexible. All right, so let's click next. Click to the next section. And in the next section, choose for cloud app my policy will work. I may say for all applications, so any login to Azure AD will count, or I can specify or I can select specific application. Do you remember I showed you when I log into email, I was asked for MFA. Let's find Exchange. And here you go. Here's the Exchange Online. So that's when I log into Exchange to my email account, I may be asked for MFA only in this case. Not every time, but when I log into my mail only. When I try to access my mail only. For the demo, let me choose Management Portal. Which is Azure Management Portal. Azure Portal, this blue portal that I showed you before, that's the Management Portal. So the second step was to choose application, and the last one is to choose action. So, what you can do here, we can block access at all. That's what I showed you with SharePoint. Or we can require MFA. So we can allow access but require MFA as well. So that's the primary configurations that we must keep in mind for this exam and for this course. Also, we'll talk about this one slightly later. But let me choose for the demo block access, because block access is more simple to show. Of course, I can grant access but require MFA, but MFA is longer to show. I must type some codes in my device. It's better to show block access. So let me just click block access and click select. And now I must say that my policy must be turned on. And I create a name. Let's say and click create. That's it. That's it. Now let's try to play a bit. Let me log in to let's go back. Let's say log in to Dynamics 365. That works, no problem. And look at this, doesn't work. Because my policy says if you are M. Smith and you're trying to log in to the portal, .azure.com, the management portal, then you will be blocked. Only in this case, not always, but only when you log into the portal. Management portal, All right, hope it makes sense. And from here, let me go back to my policy. And let's make it more interesting. Let's make it more flexible, because I skipped one of the important configuration, which is conditions. Here, conditions. If I click conditions, and here I can configure some additional things that may make my policy much more interesting. First two conditions about the risk, I will skip for this moment. I will get back to the risk slightly later. But let me just click device platform. And look at this. I can say that this policy will apply only in case if I log in from a specific device type, like Android or iOS or Windows, or vice versa. I can exclude specific platform. So if I do something like this, it means that I cannot log into Azure portal only from Android, but from Windows I can. From Windows I can. But if I say any device and exclude Android, in that case, it's going to be vice versa. I can log into the portal from Android, but not from any other device. So I hope it makes sense. It's a device platform, so you can control how users can user access.
Hey, hello, Sagi. It looks like you're again on mute somehow.
Shh. Can you hear me again?
Yes.
Come on, who did it? Because in this chat, I guess you're all administrators, so we all equal here. So everyone here can mute me if you don't like what I tell. Please don't do it. So yeah, please don't touch my picture and my microphone. So next one, I think you heard about device platform. How about locations? Locations. That's the policy. That's the configuration that I use every time. Every time when I work with my customers. What about locations? Do you remember I told you in the beginning that when you create a user, by default, this user will be publicly available for everyone from any location, from any country, from any part of the world. So that's one of the things that I usually recommend to fix. For example, why do you need to allow access from, let's say, Brazil if you work in Vietnam? So if you look at the map, I guess you know the map. I don't need to show it to you, but probably know that Brazil is quite far from your country. Or zoom out. So if we look at them on the map, we can see that there's Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand. Also, there is China here, and then Philippines and Malaysia. So I can guess that your countries, they may have some users from those countries around. Maybe if you're in Vietnam, but you have people from Cambodia or maybe Thailand. That's possible. That's fine. But why do you need to allow access from Tanzania? Why? Do you really have someone from Tanzania, or South Africa, or Brazil, or even Russia, where I came from? Do you really need it? I don't think so. Or, of course, you know your company better, but consider to allow only locations that you have users. Because by default, any user may be accessed from any location. But why do you need it? Why do you need to have this configuration? So what I usually do when I work with a customer, I recommend to block locations that are not used by the customer. How can you do it? So first of all, you must go back to name and click name locations and create the location. Let's click a new location. I already have a APAC. Anyway, let's call it Vietnam, for example. Vietnam and countries round. Let's call it like this. I know that's a name. Anyway, what I can do here, I can specify IP range. With this IP range, that's maybe IP address of my office, so you may whitelist your specific office. Or what you can do, you may add countries that will represent this location. So Vietnam. Also, let's add Cambodia. Let's add Thailand. And also Laos. Let's keep those 4 countries. Click create. That's it. Now I can go back to my policies. And now let's go to conditions and locations. And what I can do, I can say block for every location. I mean, include every location. In my case, it's going to be block, of course, because my actions block. But exclude Vietnam, and also let me exclude Netherlands, because it's going to be for my demo. Select and save. All right. So now, what if I go to the portal? I'm blocked again. But if I try to do it from Netherlands, look at this. That works. That works. And if you try to use this user from your location, that should work either, because I whitelist your location. So that's a policy that I highly recommend you to have, because once again, if you have your Azure AD users, why do you need to allow access from any part of the world? Probably you don't need that. Probably you don't. And you have two approaches here. Choose whatever you want. You may blacklist countries that you don't trust. When I travel around the world, I used to travel around the world. I'm from Russia, and people in different countries, they try to politely tell me that they want to block Russia, because every time when I go somewhere, I hear 3 countries that everyone will try to avoid is Russia, China, and Nigeria. That's because number of malicious requests from those countries is the highest. So why do you need to allow access from countries that you don't trust? You may blacklist countries that you don't want to connectivity from, or even better, that's what I usually recommend, is to whitelist countries that you trust and allow access only from those countries. That's my recommendation for all of my customers, and that's what I recommend to everyone who work with Azure AD, Office 365, whatever. All right, let's click back to conditions. And next, client applications. Client applications, and here I can see the question. And yes, I can. Can I advise to block legacy authentication by conditional access? Yes, I can. And with this client app, what you can do, you may control the user experience from which client user can connect from browser or from mobile application or desktop client. Or what you can do, you can allow or not allow what's called legacy authentication. What is legacy authentication? That's the authentication that bypass MFA. If you have this legacy authentication, so the client that does not work with MFA. So those legacy authentication clients, they may bypass MFA. So it's good. It's pretty nice idea to block when client tries to log in tries to use legacy authentication. It may not always work. Maybe you have some old applications and you must support them and you must work with them. That's possible, but not really good case for the cloud. But consider to disable legacy authentication because it's highly recommended to not use this legacy clients that can bypass MFA. All right. Here is device state. With device state, you may exclude some of the devices, some of the device types from the policy. And there are two device types. First one is hybrid Azure AD joint. We'll discuss this device type in the second session, but generally speaking, let me tell you what it is. This device type is that's our device that added in the on-prem Active Directory and synchronized to the cloud. So that's the synchronized device. Hybrid Azure AD joint. It means that this device is going to be corporate. Second one is about compliance. Compliant devices, that's a device that is compliant compliant with our regulations. And this is about Intune, or how it's called now, an endpoint manager, which is out of scope of this course. But just keep in mind, if you use Intune, for me, it's more common. For most of you, for many people, it's more common to call Intune. If you use Intune, you can evaluate compliance. And if device is not compliant, then do not allow access for non-compliant devices. When I configure all of this, I just create my policy, and that's it. And this policy can tell me if I can have access or not, or I will be required to have MFA or not. So that's conditional access. That's the most recommended way to have MFA. Most recommended way to have MFA. But there isn't one problem with this conditional access. Not the problem, it's the fact. You must have a license. So for MFA or conditional access, you must have a license for each user. So you must have a license. This license is Azure AD Premium P1. That's the license that must be assigned to each user if you want to allow them to use conditional access or to use MFA. You may not have this license. What if you don't have it? What if you don't have this license, but you want to use conditional access, MFA, and so on? What you can do, you may go to your Azure AD, go to properties, scroll all the way down, and there's a small link called Manage Security Defaults. You click there, and you may enable security defaults. Let me click on the security defaults, let me click on the link. You'll see what is that. So what security default is? Security defaults will require all users to register for MFA, require an admin to perform MFA, block legacy authentication, require users to perform MFA when necessary, and protect privileged activities like Azure portal. So it's multiple policies. And if you scroll a bit down, you may find what does it mean exactly. Generally speaking, it will create conditional access policies, but those policies will be free. You don't need to pay for the license when you use security default. But there is a downside of security default. You cannot control what do you want, what do you want to allow, what do you don't want to allow. It will just by default enable some of the things. So it will not be super flexible. But if you don't have licenses, you may have like a secure configuration for everyone. That's if you don't have licenses. If you do have, I'm not a big fan of security defaults. I prefer more granular configurations. But if you don't have licenses, but you want to be protected, then security defaults may work for you. All right. So that's about conditional access. Let me ask Aparna. Aparna, do we have lab access for everyone? I guess we have lots of people, so it takes a bit more time.
Yes, I think that will take much more than expected time today because we are still waiting for some approvals.
Yeah, got it. So by this time, we must have a break, and after break, you should start the lab. But because we have a lot of people here, honestly, that's quite a lot. We have more than 60 people here. And each lab must be approved manually because we must check that you are the real user. Because all of those labs, they're not free. So they must, for everyone, lab must be provisioned. So it takes a lot of time. I mean, it takes some time. It takes a lot because we have lots of people. So because of this, let me make a break. But after the break, we will not start the lab because we don't have lab access for everyone at this moment. I will continue to talk about Azure AD. And after you have the lab access, then we will start our lab. So for today only, we will a bit rearrange our timing. So maybe I will give you more theory, and then you'll have more time for lab execution. Just because we need more time to set labs for you. Because we don't know exactly who will be presented at the training, and 1.5 hours it may not be enough to establish labs for all of you. So let me make a break for the next 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, we're gonna continue, and I'm gonna show you some other services that we have in Azure AD. So let me just. So 15 minutes break. And after 15 minutes, I'm going to continue with other Azure AD services. All right, so 15 minutes, see you in a bit. All right. All right. It's time to continue. Um, let me close some of the windows. This one I don't need. This. Um, all right. So let me get rid of the. I think I still need that. Maybe not. Let me close that. Just in case. Um. All right. Just in case, are you here with me? Just let me know that I'm not talking to myself. I can see a lot of people here. I guess probably some of you here.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's whole,
I
whole
see your
conference.
slide. Yeah.
Oh, my slide? I didn't think it's my slide. That's the real portal, real demo. Thank you. So we have even more people than we have here in of participants because you have conference rooming, and I guess you have number of people in conference rooming. I hope that's really good. I really appreciate that many people want to hear me. So let's continue. And a partner will tell us when labs will be available, and so by that time, I hope we'll cover a lot of things.
So we have hey Sergey. So I think you
Yeah.
can go ahead with your theory session for quite some time now, around half an hour, and we would be good to share the labs meanwhile.
Yeah, sure. I have a lot of content, so let me just share them one little by little.
Kindly help. Yes, share. Thank you.
Sure. So just let me know when I can stop and just tell, hey, here's the lab.
No worries.
Thanks. Because ideally, is to, of course, I can tell you all the theory today in the first half, and then just you may do the lab in the second half. That's possible. That's fine. But ideally is to first give you some portion of information, then you try it, and then have lunch, and then another portion of information. That's an ideal case. So let's try to use the case number 2. So when I give you some portion, then you try it, and then I give you another portion. If it's not possible, then I will tell you everything today, and then you'll do all of the labs. So before the lunch break, we talk about conditional access. And access, I told you that in our policies, we have conditions. About risk, user risk, sign-in risk. What is it all about? What this risk is all about? I told you that. I will tell you later. Now it's time to discuss those user and sign-in risk. So, risk. The risk may be. Let me just pin it to my dashboard. So risk is calculated by the service called identity protection, and based on the risk, you may control user access. So if user is risky, user cannot log in. Or if sign-in is risky, this sign-in cannot be successful. So we have here risky and risky sign-ins. So risk will be calculated. How exactly Microsoft does not reveal all of the. Of course, they tell you some of the ideas when the risk will happen, when the risk event will happen, but all of the information about calculation Microsoft does not reveal. But generally, a risky user means that user is at risk. I can see one user is on high risk, which is Michael Smith, which is my demo user, and some other users are on the low risk. Let me first see my highly risky user. I can see risk history, and I can see this user had a lot of password spray attacks. That's my demo user. I attack this user periodically just for demo purposes, and so that's normal. That's normal that this user has those attacks. But because of password spray, this user is highly risky. So somebody tried to attack this user. Maybe it was a successful attack, maybe not. Who knows? That user was under attack. What I can do here if I have high risk for this user, I can confirm that user is compromised. And in my case, risk will not change because confirm user compromised means that my risk will become high immediately, but this one is already high, so the risk will not change. But I just manually confirm that this user is compromised. Or I can dismiss user risk. In that case, it will reset the risk level. So risk will become the zero again. So it will not have risk level anymore if I dismiss user risk. So that's a risk that's calculated for user based on some events that we have with this user. In my case, it was password spray and an anonymous IP address. Let's click another user. And here I can see that for this user, I had unfamiliar sign-in properties. What is that? No. So this user signed in to Skype for Business from Amsterdam, which is not typical for this user because this user usually work from different location. And that's the reason why this user had a they had a low risk. It's not a high risk, it's a low risk this time. Let's see another one. Risk history. Malware linked IP address. What is that? It means that user logged in from the IP address, which is, where provider may have some botnet problem, so maybe not very safe provider. That's quite common, to be honest. If I look at the many user, yeah, so the providers maybe not. I don't want to say it's not safe, but it means that the provider that this user used is somehow was used for different attacks. That's normal when you use public IP addresses for the providers. So I can see some risk for my several users. Based on the risk, what I can do, policy, and I can say if user or specific user or any user has the risk low or medium or high, then block access, so it means that user cannot log in, or allow access, but you must change the password first if you want to get access. So based on the risk, you may say if you want to allow access or not allow access. So hope it makes sense. That's a calculation of risk for users. And so in general, that's a user state, or user risk state, and based on this state, user may log in or may not log in. And if you want to control it, you may say block access for highly risky users, and only if you manually remediate this user or change the password for this user, then you may log in to the portal or to any other application. That's about user risk. Also, what you can do, you may control sign-ins. At this moment, during the last 7 days, I don't have risky sign-ins. Let's say last month, apply. I do have by this user, by the way, from Amsterdam, which is not typical. So risky sign-ins. Risky sign-in, that's a different way. That's the different detection. Risky sign-in, that's the moment of sign-in. So if risky user, it's a user state. Risky sign-in, that's a specific moment when user logged in. And we can allow or not allow specific sign-in. So in case of user, we just allow or not allow user. But in case of sign-in, which is logically simple, we can allow or not allow sign-in. Let me show you this. Let me open office.com and again, SM Smith. No MFA, nothing. Works fine. Now, let me simulate this risky sign-in. For this, I'm going to try to log in the same portal from Tor. I'm going to explain you why it's risky. So I'm going to log in from Tor. Why Tor sign-in is risky? Generally speaking, normal users, they don't log in from Tor browser, because most of the time people who use Tor browser, they try to somehow hide their identity to do some malicious things. Maybe hack someone, or I don't know, buy some illegal stuff. But most of the time, Tor used for something illegal. And so when we log in from Tor, that's going to be a risky sign-in. And now I have MFA request, and if I click verify, it says you must prove your identity. If I can do that, I can log in. If not, let me say cancel. And look at this, I cannot log in. So that was the risk sign-ins. That's the sign-in based on risk. And this service called why isn't it here? Let me refresh. Huh. I believe I pinned that service to my dashboard. That's odd. Maybe it pinned to not dashboard. Anyway, so that was a service called Identity Protection, or Azure AD Identity Protection. Azure AD Identity Protection. Let's try to pin that again. Pin. Now it's here. Azure AD Identity Protection. This service, with this service, you may calculate risk. If you want to use this service, you must have license Azure AD Identity Protection. You must have a license Azure AD Premium P2, which is even more cost even more if you want to use that. So it's like the next license, even that has even more options. So with this license, you may you may enable identity protection and control login based on the user risk. Now I can see one of the users who asked me about materials and log out after this. Just want to tell you, to everyone, we are waiting for all of the materials, and you'll get them via email. So all the materials will be emailed to you. Here in this chat, we don't share the actual materials. They will be assigned individually to every user. All right. That's identity protection. And do you remember in conditional access I showed you that I told you that I'm going to tell you later what the risk is. Look here, user risk, sign-in risk. I guess now you know what it is. So you may use user risk or sign-in risk in your conditional access policy as well. So risk may be used as a condition, as an additional condition. All right, so let's move on. And now let's take a look on some additional things that we have in Azure AD. By the way, if you have any questions, let me know. If something was not clear or you want to know some additional things about those services, let me know. In Azure AD, we have many security services. Unfortunately, here we will not cover them all. Able to do it here, but let me tell you some services that may be quite useful for you for the real world and for the exam as well. And the next one that you should keep in mind called PIM, or Privileged Identity Management. With PIM, you may provide access for some specific period of time. One of the problem of access is when you provide access, you don't need to give this access forever. Quite often, you need to provide access for some period of time, and then you must revoke this access later. But the problem is somebody has to revoke it and not to forget to revoke the access. And PIM, that's the service that may help you to assign access and revoke access as well automatically. So that's, generally speaking, just-in-time access, just-in-time. So PIM, or Privileged Identity Management. With PIM, you may give access for the period of time. Let me show you how can we do that. So we can, if I log into PIM, you can find here Azure AD roles or even Azure resources. So let me click here, Azure AD roles. And here I can find all of the roles in Azure AD. And you know those roles. Let's click Application Administrator. And nobody's here. Let me click Add Assignment. And here what I can do, I can select a member who will be the member of this role. Let's say it's going to be Jado. And select. And if I click Next, I can specify if this user so this assignment should be eligible or active. What's the difference between those two? So this one, the first one, eligible. This means that user will not have permissions after user logs in. So user will not have just by default permissions, but user may activate permission. So what does it mean? It means that I can ask for permissions. I don't have them, but I can ask them for them. I can ask for them. That's the most common type of delegation that we have in PIM. Second one is active. Active means I will have access by default, just always have access, but I can limit the period when this access starts, and when this access ends. For example, let's say I will have access as the application administrator from this moment, from now until let's say the Friday morning. So I will have access till Friday morning. After Friday morning, I will not have access anymore. So active means I always have access during the week, anytime when I log in, but I will lose my access after Friday morning. Eligible slightly different. In case of eligible, I must activate access each time. So let's click assign. I will choose eligible. And now I have JDO, who is eligible. Now what I want to do, I want to go to settings of this role. And I can say, I can specify configurations for this role. For example, the maximum time for activation, 3 hours. Or I can say more or less. Let's say 1 hour should be maximum. Do I need to log in with MFA if I want to activate the role? Yeah, I would keep it. And also, do I want to have approval from someone before this role will be activated? Yes, I want. And who will be approver? Approval will be me. What should you keep in mind for the exam? Please remember this phrase, this one. It's important for the exam. If there is no approver, so if I didn't select any approver like here, so if I don't have, let's not remove like here. If I didn't select any specific user who will be approver, what will happen? If I check this box, enable approval, but I didn't select any specific approver, what will happen? User with this role, previous role administrator or global administrator, will become the default approver. Keep in mind, if you don't have any user here as an approver, the user with one of those roles will become the default approver. All right, so let me click update. Let's sign out here. And now let's log in as JDAW. Let me approve the request. Now let's go to PIM. And if I go to my roles, so now I'm a JDO who's eligible. And now if I look at my roles, I can see that there's an application administrator, but I'm not an application administrator. If I just go to, let's open another portal. If I look at the Azure AD, let's go to app registrations. So it says this account isn't listed as the owner of any application. This directory. Oh, I can see some applications here. If I look at the click application, let's say delete. Yeah, I don't have permission to do that. So you are not an administrator of applications. Now what I can do, I can click activate. And let's say I want to activate. But at the same time, it was not activated. It says pending for approval. I must approve the request first. So let's go back to the portal as the administrator. Yes, I'm here. Let's go to approve request. And I can see the request here. Let's click approve. Justification, I don't care. Click confirm. And that's it. That's it. Let's click refresh. And active assignments. Look at this. Now I have permissions for the next hour. That's my local time. Permission for the next hour. If I go back to applications, let's click delete. I still don't have it because I need to sign out and sign again. Let's try to refresh. Let's click. Oh, look at this. So now if I try to remove, it says, hey, do you really want to do that? So this time it doesn't tell me, hey, you don't have permission. Now I can. Now I can. I can. Not sure what this application is all about. Maybe that's... Let me just check if I can remove that. I think it's a demo. It's for demo. Let me just check who's the owner. Yeah, I think that's my application for demo, so let me just remove that. And now I can do that. So for the next hour, I have permissions. I have permissions. So hope it makes sense what PIM is. Let me go back. Now I'm admin again. And this time, go back to PIM. Here what I can also do, I can do the same thing, but for Azure resources. So Azure AD, that's one thing, but Azure resources, that's the thing that we'll have tomorrow and all other days. So we can control access to Azure resources as well. For example, if I go to roles, but this time for Azure resources, I can find the roles related to resources. For example, virtual machines, virtual machine contributor, user login, administrator. Let's find network, network contributor. Let's find Key Vault. Key Vault. So all of this related to Azure resources. And I can do the same, exactly the same for Azure resources. I can say, hey, you will be an administrator for virtual machines for the next hour. So the same thing, but for Azure resources. Azure resources. And the last one, it's in preview, so you'll not have it in the exam. Privilege access group, that's the new thing. With privilege access group, what you can do, you may combine different access levels together. So for example, you may create like let's say Office 365 admins. It's like a privileged group, and this admin will have multiple roles like Exchange admin plus SharePoint admin and so on. So that's like a multiple groups together, multiple roles together. That's still in preview. You'll not find it here on the exam. It's quite a new thing that just was added, like a preview. So what is interesting about preview? What the things that we have in preview, they may be released or they may not be released at all. So some things in preview appear and list. So let's wait before release and then we'll see. All right, let me go back to Azure Roles and show you one more thing that we have in PIM called Access Review. Access Review, that's very, very cool thing. And with Access Review, you may periodically review and decide if you still need to have access for a specific user. Anyone here have the problem with your maybe groups on in groups on SharePoint or in Active Directory, that periodically you must audit those groups and decide who must be a member of this group and who should not be a member of this group. And that's a pain in the neck because by default, we don't have a workflow that will allow us to review those groups. So Access Review will provide us the workflow for review. Let me create Access Review. Let's say new Access Review. And I want to review, let's say, app admin review. I want to do it one time or every week or every quarter, so I can do it periodically. Keep it in mind. For the purpose of demo, I will do it only once, but you can do it periodically. Also, what you can do, you can specify the end date for review. In my case, it's going to be, I'll just spend 1 day on the review. And now, what role I want to review? I want to review Application Administrator. Click down here. Who will be reviewer? This time, it must be a specific user. This time, a role will not be a reviewer. It must be a specific user. Or also, what was another option? Members themselves may do a review. Less common, much less common. So we usually specify the user, like an auditor, who will do a review. Who will make a review. And also, what I want to do here, I want to auto-apply results. So what is that? It means if reviewer says that this user should not be a member of the group, user will be removed. In that case, not group or role. User will be removed automatically. You don't need to do it manually after that. So the review will not only give a report, but also it will remove the user if you say to remove. I create Access Review. Let me click Assignments and go Access Review. I have new review. It says initializing. And soon I should have the task as a reviewer to review. Let's see. Maybe I already have a task. Look at this. I have a review task. Let me go there to the review task. And here I can say approve. I can see one user in this role. And also it recommends me, by the way, to approve this user because user signed during the last 30 days at least once. Who cares? What I want to do, I want to say deny. And now this user will be denied. All right, will be denied. And let's now jump to the portal. But users still have permissions. So user was not denied. The reason is my review is still running. Look at this. It says it's 1 day review and it will finish only tomorrow. I don't want to wait the whole day for the demo. Of course, in the real world, there's no rush, and you can just make a review and wait before it will be finished. But for the purpose of demo, what I want to do, I want to stop the review. Let me click the review. Now let's say stop. And now it will take, depends, maybe 1-2 minutes until the results will apply. Let me just refresh real quick. Look at this. It says applying. And now if I go to the portal as a user, let's click refresh. Look at this. I don't have anymore. And if I refresh here and go to Azure AD, and go to application registration, and now I cannot see applications again. And if I click to the application, click delete, now I don't have permissions anymore again. All right, so I hope it makes sense. And with this, with PM, you can control who will have access for which period of time, and also you may run the review and just remove this user, and the auditor may remove users from the roles. All right, I hope it makes sense. Let me just close this. Let's go back. And this access review was initially appeared in PM, but people like different customers, they say, hey, we need, so this access review is pretty cool. Can we have this access review in general in our Azure AD? What if not only roles for PM, but what if we want to review our groups in Azure AD? It would be nice to have this feature for Azure AD in general. And Microsoft made this feature available for Azure AD in general. So if you go to Azure AD, and you can find identity governance here, identity governance. Click there and click access review, and look at this. So now you can run access review for your Azure AD in general. It looks very similar. I would say almost the same. So it's also period, also start date, end date, who may be a reviewer, member, or specific user. But there are some differences here. We can say that we want to review a group. So let's say select a group. And look at this. Now we have a group. Let me find this Vietnam group. And now we can review members of the group, which is pretty cool. So we can review the member of the group. But not only this. What we can do, we can manage who can have access to application. We'll talk about applications on Wednesday, so I will show you that briefly. So, but you can say, so there's an application, let's say bot demo, and we can tell who can have access to the application. And also you may run a review for the applications. But once again, applications will have on Wednesday. All right, so that's access review, but in general for Azure AD. All the rest is the same, so configuration of that is the same, but you may run it for Azure AD in general. All right, any questions here? By the way, I can see one of the user has the username with something looks like a license key. I don't know if it's license key or not, but looks like license key. License key. So, any questions here about PM and access review? Let me know if yes. Also, what should you keep in mind for PM and for access review, you must have this license as well. Azure Premium P2 you must have as well. All right. Let me quickly ask Aparna, do we have labs or should I continue? I guess we still not.
Yeah, so yes, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, sorry, please go ahead and please continue this session.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem. So I think we're gonna finish the content that we have for today by the beginning of the lunch. Our lunch time is 12:30. So in the next not more than an hour, we're gonna finish the content that we have to finish we cover today. And what license requires for governance? Uh, that's access review. That's it's called governance. Governance. The same. The P2. It's all about P2. Because access review, that's a part of governance. Yeah, that's all P2. All right. So now we will jump to the next topic, which is going to be very interesting. It's my personal opinion. It's very interesting, but maybe you have a different one, and very important. The reason is why it's interesting and important is because I guess at least 90% of people here, you have on-prem AD as well. So you may have Azure, you may have Office 365, you manage Azure AD, but you also have on-prem AD, on-prem. And you have synchronization in your on-prem and Azure AD. That's my guess. I think most of you have on-prem AD as well, and you synchronize your on-prem AD in the cloud. And so what I want to do with you next, I want to discuss with you the synchronization of your Azure AD to the cloud, and what should you keep in mind for the exam and for the real world to make it secure and to pass the exam successfully. So if you already have on-prem AD, what you can do, you may take your existing credentials, your existing users and groups, and synchronize them to the cloud. Let me show you this. If I look at my users, some of the users, there's a column here called directory synced, and some users, they have the value no for this directory sync. Some users, they have value yes. So no means I create this user in the cloud. Yes means I synchronize that user. So if I already have on-prem ID, I can bring my user from on-prem ID to the cloud. And you can do it with a tool called Azure AD Connect, which you must install on one of the servers. And this tool will take your credential users and groups and those devices and create them in the cloud. Alright. Are you sure? Oh no, it is not. So, and when you run AD Connect for the first time, you must make some decisions. Of course, you should make this decision before you actually run AD Connect. But when you run AD Connect for the first time, you must choose this. So you must, configure your decision. But of course, you must have your decision before. And the first thing that you must know, and you will have it on the exam. So this one, you must understand very clear. If not, let me know, because I will explain you now what is that. But if it's something that's not clear, let me That's important for the exam and for the real world as well, by the way. So first thing that you can choose when you run AD Connect is how users will sign in to cloud applications, to Azure AD. So first method for sign-in, first method for sign-in called password hash sync or password hash synchronization. What is that? In case of password hash sync, I will synchronize usernames and user password hashes from on-prem to the cloud. And in that case, what will happen? I'll just show you the website. Azure AD, password hash sync. So in that case, what will happen? You have AD Connect. No, you have AD Connect, which will synchronize user identity, and the user has password called password1. So if you have a user with this password, user log into on-prem environment or to the cloud. So cloud will have a user with the same password that we have on-prem. So in fact, user will have the same password in the cloud. Of course, technically, it's not the real password. If you look at how this works, you will find the whole process. So it will take the password hash from Active Directory, decode it, decrypt it, rehash it. So it will create the stronger hash and send this hash to Azure AD. So it's not a password. It will be hash. So it will take initial hash from AD, but will make it much stronger and send to the cloud. But in fact, Azure AD will know user password. And it will make your Azure AD independent from on-prem environment. So for example, let me just now open the diagram. Let me create a diagram. So let's say you have your on-prem environment, and you have, let's say, where's the Azure AD? Do I have it here? Azure AD. Active Directory. Oh, that's better. Add it here. So let's say, geez, come on. So I have on-prem and I have Azure AD. If I use password hash sync, so password hash sync, if I use this one, what if my on-prem ID goes down? Or what if my connectivity goes down? So I will not get new updates. So for example, if password changed on-prem, I will not get new updates. If I add new user, I will not get this new user in my Azure AD. But the user that already synchronized and the password that already synchronized will continue to work. So any user who was synchronized can log in. So even if my Azure AD goes down, so on-prem AD, sorry, goes down, user can still log in. So a synchronized user can still log in. If I use password hash sync, my cloud AD independent from on-prem, which is pretty good. But it also has some downsides. Downsides. What may be a downside? The downside is independent. Is that the downside is the same. My on-prem ID, my cloud ID now independent on-prem ID, and verification is completely in the cloud. And if I want to use my on-prem policies in the cloud, that will not work. What do I mean by on-prem policy? For example, password expiration policy. When user must change password periodically, you may configure it via group policies, but that will not work in case of password hash sync. Of course, back to my diagram. Of course, if user, let me just find. If user logs in, to corporate PC, and corporate PC will log into on-prem ID. Of course, on-prem ID enforce password change, and this user must change the password, and this new password will be synchronized. But what if you have user with personal laptop, and now it's especially important when most of the people work from home. Let's say user logs in from personal laptop, and you do not log into on-prem ID. In that case, password expiration will not work, and so user will not have password expiration. So that's one of the problems in case of password hash sync. So on-prem policies will not be enforced. The same thing, by the way, with lockout policy. I think you know what lockout policy is. When you type multiple times incorrect password and you may be locked. So that also will not work. So on-prem policies will not work in case of password hash sync. Keep it in mind. Of course, there are some workarounds. You may enforce cloud lockout policy and cloud expiration policy, but it's a different policy. It's still a different policy. So if you want to use your on-prem policy, you must choose something else, because password hash sync as is will not enforce on-prem policies. All right, so now let's take a look on the next one, which is pass-through. And I would say this one is the most common authentication method that usually customer use. I will show you later decision tree. How can you choose the authentication method that works for you? But let me first explain what pass-through is. I think I can find it here. So what pass-through is? In case of pass-through, user will be synchronized to the cloud, but the actual password will not be synchronized. And you may ask, wait a second, but how cloud will verify the password? It will be done using agent. So what will happen when user logs in? So as a user, I logs into the cloud. I type my username. I type my password. What will happen? Cloud will create the queue. Let's say there's a queue here. The queue with my username and password. And on-prem agent will pull. Will pull the password from the queue. We'll pull it from the queue, so we'll access the queue and pull it to the agent. So that's on-prem agent, and we'll verify this password against on-prem ID, and send the reply back to the cloud if it's correct or not. Of course, this queue is encrypted, and there's a key icon here. It means that it's encrypted, but still, here in case of pass-through, we have a dependency. So we have an on-prem agent, and this agent will pull passwords and verify this password against on-prem Active Directory. In that case, my on-prem policies will apply. So my expiration policy will apply, my lockout policy will work. That's all of those things will work. Downsides? Any downsides? Of course. What if we lose connectivity? What if we lose agent? We lose Active Directory. In that case, users cannot log in. So user will type the password, but this password cannot be verified. So in that case, we cannot log in. Even if cloud works fine, but our on-prem environment doesn't work, then it doesn't work. There are workarounds. I'm going to show you that later, but just by default, pass-through authentication has this a downside. If you lose the something on-prem, like connectivity or agent, by the way, you can deploy up to 40 agents, so agent, generally speaking, not a problem. Most often we lose connectivity itself. So in that case, you will not have authentication in the cloud. All right, let's pass through. And the last one is ADFS, federation with ADFS. What is that? Federation with ADFS, that's when we build the relations between our company and Microsoft Cloud and Azure AD. And in case of federation, the actual authentication will take place on-prem, and with this token, with the token that I got from on-prem, I can log in to the. So if I'm inside of the network, I can sign in. I will sign in here to on-prem, and I will have access to the cloud. So look here. There's a small signatures here, signs here. Sign in, and access. So I get the token from here, from on-prem, and with this token, I can connect to the cloud. So cloud, because of the relations between my environment and the cloud will trust to my token. If I'm outside of the network, I still sign in to on-prem to the server called web app proxy, and I can have an access to the cloud. Let me show you this on the user level. If I go to Azure portal, I use my federation account. And look at this. It says taking you to your org page, and now I can see that that's my company page. That's my virtual company page. And if I type my account, and now I can log in. So that's the relations between my organization and the cloud. And the sign here will be on-prem, completely on-prem, but the token will be trusted by the cloud. Let me go back. What's the downside of federation? In case of federation, you must deploy ADFS server, federation server, and web app proxy server to publish federation server, and also public SSL certificate, which also costs money. So you must maintain multiple servers. You also must buy certificate. And you may ask, why do we need that? So why do we need federation in that case? Because federation is much more expensive. Why do you need federation? There are some use cases for federation. And now let me show you the decision tree. It should be choose hybrid identity authentication method. Yeah, so there's decision tree here. And here you may find how to decide what do you need. So there's a start. Let's say, do you want to Azure AD handle your sign-in? If yes, do you want to enforce your on-prem security policies? If you say yes, do you have a sign-in requirement not natively supported by Azure AD? If you want to say yes, do you want to sign in disaster recovery or leak credentials reports? Let's say yes. I will give you commentaries about this slightly later. But look at this, federation. So federation may extend. So with federation, first of all, you can do you may allow sign-ins even for those applications that not natively support Azure AD. Because in case of federation, we have on-prem authentication, on-prem token. So that's the first idea when we can have federation. Let's try another way. Do you want to handle signing completely in the cloud? Let's say no. Do you want to integrate with existing federation provider? Let's say yes. In that case, we'll go to federation again. Let's try something even more interesting. Let's say we want to natively handle sign-in for the cloud, but we don't want to enforce user-level security sign-in policies. And do you have a sign-in requirement not natively supported by Azure? Do you already have that before? So let's say no, and now I have password hash sync. So depends on your requirements. You may need to choose one of those. So please use decision tree from here. It's not a big deal to find it, but let me just in case send it to the chat. So here you may choose which one works better. But I would say, because most of the companies they do want to enforce on like lockout policy or password expiration policy, we use pass-through most of the time. Not always, but most of the time we use pass-through. Also, for federation, there are some use cases for federation. For example, if you want to have smart card authentication, that's federation definitely. If you want to use Windows Hello for Business for hybrid environment, that's federation. So there are some use cases for federation only. But if you don't have those use cases, you should avoid federation because federation is more expensive in deploying and maintenance. All right, so let me choose pass-through. Also, I can check the box, enable single sign-on. There's no need to know all of the details how it works, but just keep in mind that for password hash sync and for pass-through, there's a cloud authentication, and what you can do, you may enable single sign-on. And in that case, when you sign in to on-prem ID, you will get not only the ticket for on-prem, but also ticket for the cloud as well. For federation, we don't need that because federation is single sign-in by default. All right, so let me just next. And on the next step, I must present username who will connect my AD Connect with the cloud. Keep in mind, it must be global admin only. Only global admin can do that. You will have questions on the exam. They will try to trick you, but keep in mind to connect AD to connect to Azure AD, you must be global admin. So let me specify the password, approve the request, and so let's wait a bit. So here, you must be global admin if you want to connect to the cloud. Next one, here I must connect to my on-prem ID. Let me click Add Directory. And here, I must specify AD Forest account. Here what I want to do, I want to give you some out of scope of this course, but that's going to be very important for the real world, and that's from when we do penetration test. That's what we usually discuss with our customer. AD Forest account. What this account is all about. With this account, I can connect to my Active Directory. So this account will take data from Active Directory and synchronize it to AD Connect database. This account must have some permissions in Active Directory. And there are two options how can you get this account. First one is to allow AD Connect to create account for you, which is more recommended, or you can pre-create account. Use existing account. In that case, if I use existing account, let me just try to do that. If you use existing account, you cannot use your enterprise admin in that case. If you use existing account. If you use existing account, you must pre-create account with the minimal permissions, and just use those minimal permissions. Or what you can do, you may allow AD Connect to create account for you, but in that case, you must present enterprise admin, so AD Connect will have permissions to create a new account. Also keep in mind, this account, if you prefer to create account, those credentials will not be stored. So this enterprise admin will not be stored. It will be used only once during this initial sync, but these credentials will not be stored. Let's click OK. Now let's click Next. Now, I will skip this one. It's not about security. By the way, in this course, we don't discuss AD Connect in general. We discuss only security things about AD Connect. And the next one is filtering. This one is an important thing. And my recommendation to you, do not synchronize domain admins. So do not synchronize domain admins. Do not synchronize sensitive users. Don't do that. You don't need your sensitive users in the cloud. You don't need them. Because when you synchronize domain admin, you expose this account to public. Why do you need that? Don't do that. Don't allow anyone to access your domain admin account. Why? So just don't do that. Don't synchronize it. Synchronize only regular users, but not domain admin. So choose the OU that you want to synchronize and click Next. By the way, you may filter based on OU. But there's another filtering that is not in the interface. Let's find that. Azure AD Connect. Attribute-based filtering. Attribute-based filter. Let's click here. So what you can do, you may filter based on attributes. And there's an example here in the article. How can you do that? For example, if user is a member of IT, then you can, or department sales and country equals US, those users will be synchronized. Or you may create a negative filter, do not synchronize. And for example, you may create the user an attribute that says no sync, and those users will not be synchronized. All right. So that's filtering. Let me click next. I will skip this one because it's not about security. It's not about security. Not about security. Next one, filtration based on groups, but this one only for initial sync. And generally speaking, that's for pilot usage only, so that's not for production. Let me click next because you can use it only once. You cannot use it after this. Let's click next. And the last one is optional features. Optional features. Here, look at this. So there's a password hash sync here as well. So what you can do, when you choose federation or pass-through authentication, what you can do, you may choose password hash sync as the failover option. So let me go back to this decision. Look here. So pass-through authentication with password hash sync. So what will happen if I use pass-through authentication with password hash sync? In that case, if everything works fine, then I will use pass-through. But if my on-prem connectivity failed, then it will use password hashes stored in the cloud for authentication. So that's going to be a failover option. The same for federation. So we can have failover option for federation or for pass-through authentication. Also, what I can also choose password write back, and I will give you commentaries about password write back slightly later. Let me click next. And click install. All right, so that's a configuration. Let me ask if you have any questions here about some security things related to AD Connect. If you have anything, let me know. All right, nothing. So let's wait a bit. Let's wait maybe a few seconds, few minutes before the synchronization will finish, and I'm going to show you some penetration testing things that's very important for the real world, not for the exam, but for the real world. While synchronizing. Still synchronizing. All right. So let me show you one article, and then I think by that time it should be finished. One of the issues that I usually observe customers is the perception of AD Connect server itself. Let me show you one thing. Active Directory tiered model. So I think you heard about this before. That's quite old article. I mean, this article is not really old, but that's quite an old approach. When you have your on-prem Active Directory, one of the recommendations is to divide access levels to tiers and have multiple tiers, like tier 0, tier 1, tier 2. And tier 0 is like domain controllers. It's the most privileged servers. Tier 1, it's like a member servers, like web servers, file servers, and so on. And tier 2, lots of workstations and printer devices. And we must configure access based on tiers. And domain admins, for example, they should not have access to tier 1, so we don't mix tiers. You may read about this article. It's pretty old, and it's hard to implement this model completely, because for large companies it will it will not only give you security but also lots of complexity. But at least you should implement at least part of those models. And you may find, by the way, there are some recommendations here, and who should be on the tier 0. And the question to you, now I want you to give me some ideas. AD Connect server, from under which tier level should be AD Connect server? Your opinion. 0, 1, or 2? You might just use the chat. 0. If you wish, you can turn on your microphone, of course, and tell. Any other ideas? One idea. Maybe not 0, who knows. But I would agree with you. It should be 0. But what I usually observe when I work with customers, now it's better, but even a few years ago, quite often the perception of customers of AD Connect server was like, oh, that's not a domain controller, so it should be tier 1, and so we allow access to the AD Connect server, like regular admins can have access to AD Connect server. No, don't do that. Anyone who has access to AD Connect server may own your domain. The reason is, let me show you one more thing. The reason is we have accounts, as I mentioned before. One of the accounts is ADDS account that we created before, and this account depends on your configuration. This account will have some permissions. If you enable password hash sync, which is a highly recommended option to enable, it can replicate Active Directory. If you enable password reset, which is also a very convenient option, you must have password reset feature in. You must have password reset permission for this account. So this account must have all of the permissions that you check in the AD Connect. Let me give you the example here. So if I go to DC1, oh, it was synchronized. Good. Um, let me open Active Directory. So what I want to show you here? I want to show you account that was created by AD Connect. So it finished the synchronization, so it should create the account. And this account, let me show you here. MSOL 9CC04. This account was created by AD Connect, and this account has permissions. Let me just show advanced features. AD Connect, no, MSOL. Look at this. So replicating directory changes. Password reset, it should be somewhere here, not here. And I think it's part of special permissions. Yeah, that's not. There's no password reset here. Read them. Let's go to advanced. Oh, look at this. So there's a reset password permission as well here. So this account has a lot of permissions. And one of the problems of this account is stored on AD Connect server in the database. Let me show you this. If I go to Program Files and Azure AD Sync, there is a database here, AD Sync SQL database. And in this database, there's an account with the username and password that's stored here. It's encrypted, so you cannot just access it with SQL Server Management Studio. But if you're admin on AD Connect server, you may decrypt that very simply. And you may find on the web the tool called Azure AD Connect Dump, which is nothing more than the tool. It may be PowerShell, Python, depends. And with this tool, you may dump the stored and decrypt the stored password. Of course, you must be an admin. Only in that case it will work. Once again, if this is the tier 1, and so we have some middle level administrators, they can have access to AD Connect, and they can get access to the account. Now look at this. So there's account. Let me copy this username. And copy this password. I think there's 2 more symbols here. That should work. And now what I want to do, I want to test my permissions. So let me open CMD, open up CMD. I can even open it as administrator. And let's say dr//dc1, oh no, not dc1, AD Connect, dc1, $, and it's access denied, so I don't have access to the root controller. All right, let me just open as a different user. Open this command prompt as a different user, and I will use this account to open CMD. Yep. Let's try again. dr//AD Connect DC1 $. No, doesn't work. But what if I try to open a tool called Mimikatz? Maybe you heard about this tool. That's quite famous tool for some hacking. So open Mimikatz. And now what I want to do, I want to say LSA dump DC sync / user trainer. What I'm trying to do, I want to synchronize information about the user. And because I have this permission to synchronize, I can synchronize user hash. Look at this. So I synchronized the hash of the administrator. And now what I can do, let me just open this as Mimikatz. And now let's say secure, let's say PTH, like pass the hash, where user is trainer, domain is cantosa.com, and hash is this hash. All right, so now let's try again. AD connect DC1 $, and I have an access to domain controller root. So what does it mean? It means that now I'm a domain admin. I'm a domain admin now. So that's a bit out of scope. Out of scope of the course and the exam. So you don't need to know all of those details and all of those, let's say, hacking details. But that's for the real world. I just want to convince you that AD Connect should be on the same protection level as domain controller. So AD Connect is not a domain controller, but think about this from the security standpoint as a domain controller. That's important because once again, anyone who has admin access to AD Connect may own your domain controller, and may own your domain. All right, so that's some ideas about AD Connect, and how secure it should be. So please, don't allow access to anyone to your AD Connect. It's a highly sensitive server. Be very careful about that. All right, the last thing before we go to the lunch break is about passwords. And password resets. So we synchronize users to the cloud, but you probably know, maybe it's not your responsibility, but probably you know, one of the issues with users quite often forget their passwords. That's very, very common for users. And just that's the normal workday of the help desk of help desk is to reset password for the user. What we usually do on-prem? It depends, of course, on corporate policy, but we accept the phone calls or maybe emails from managers. It depends, or maybe you have some solutions to like portals to self-service password reset, like to submit a ticket. In the cloud, we can also work with self-service password solution. So let me go to password reset. I can enable self-service password reset for users. I can do it for all users or for select users. You may not need to enable for all because it requires to have license. So you must have license P1. So maybe you don't enable for all because of the licensing issues, because you must pay for this. But if you have license for all the users, then you may just enable for all if you wish. Then you can select authentication methods. So what users will use to reset their password. In my case, it's going to be mobile device, mobile phone. And also what you can do, you may integrate it with your AD Connect. Do you remember when I configure my AD Connect, I check the box with password reset, password read back when I configure my AD Connect. So what does it mean? It means if I reset password in the cloud, it will be synchronized back to on-prem. Let me go to diagram. Remove all of those fancy pictures. So, generally speaking, AD Connect synchronize in one direction. Users and passwords and groups, they go from on-prem to the cloud, one direction. But what you can do, you can optionally enable write back for some of the objects. It may be passwords, it may be some user attributes, but what you can do, you can optionally enable write back, and in that case, it will synchronize something, and most of the time it's passwords. It will synchronize passwords in opposite direction as well. So once again, generally speaking, AD Connect synchronize only in one direction. So it's not the same as the main controller who replicates in both directions. No, AD Connect is only one direction. But what you can do, you can enable write back for passwords. And those passwords, if they changed in the cloud, they were changed in the cloud, they will be synchronized back to on-prem ID. And so when you work with SSPR plus write back, what you may do, you may change passwords who on-prem, but you may change password for them via the cloud, and the password will be synchronized back. Let me do it real quick. So I'm going to open any portal. I just can click, can't access your account. No, I can't. And here I can type my username. And by the way, look at this. So there's the domain of my on-prem domain. It's synchronized. Now let's say I want to type first. Click next. Then I want to remind my phone number. Click text. And let's wait for verification code. Now I have the code. Oh, I didn't type that. And now I can type the new password, and the new password will be synchronized back to my on-prem ID in the next 30 seconds. So that's the way how can I reset the password as a user using my mobile device or some security questions and so on. So hope it makes sense. What is self-service password reset? Self-service password reset, self-service password reset, and your users may change password themselves, and that password will be synchronized back to on-prem. There's a question here. So best practice for AD Connect, could I place AD Connect server in DMZ? No, not at all. First of all, your AD Connect must have access to your domain controller. Of course, depending on your DMZ configuration, but once again, your AD Connect must have access to the domain controllers. In your DMZ, it may not be a fact. And the second one, no, DMZ is not a very trusted zone. AD Connect should be protected very well. So once again, AD Connect is almost the same as the main controller. Let's say, like from security standpoint. So do you want controller to DMZ? I don't think so. I don't think it's a good idea to place your domain controller to DMZ. The same with AD Connect. No, don't do that. What you may place to DMZ, what you need to place to DMZ, if you use federation, where's that? Federation. And in that case, you put to DMZ one of the roles called Web Application Proxy, which is like a proxy that will connect your external users and will authenticate external users. So that's the thing that you place in DMZ. All the rest, AD Connect, no, not at all. Don't do that. Don't place it in DMZ. All right, so thanks for the question. So I would say we almost finish. Oh, does AD Connect cache synced password hash? Can attacker dump user password hash on AD Connect server? In theory, yes, but the problem is this hash will be very strong. It's SHA-256, and this hash, I don't want to say it's useless, but it's hard to use that type of hash. Much more simple for attacker is to find out AD account, and with this AD account, to get NTLM hashes. So that's going to be much more simple. AD Connect itself doesn't have really cache. It doesn't use cache. It uses database. It's called Metaverse database, a SQL database. It's called Metaverse. So some things first placed to database and then synchronized to actual cloud. So yes, for some period of time you will have credentials in the database, but once again they are very good protected. Those credentials, that's a strong hash. Much more dangerous when someone owns AD Connect account that connects to Active Directory, and with this account you may do much more than if you have SHA-256 to 56. That's about identity. To be honest, we have one small topic today, and that topic won't be about identity. That topic will be about governance. So it's around 30 minutes. May take around 30 minutes. But it's time to make a lunch break, and I can ask Aparna. Aparna, can you? Are you here with us? I just wonder if we can start labs after the lunch break. I just want to plan the next things. I guess she's muted. All right, so our plans for the next hour. For the next hour, what I want you to do is to have a lunch. So please eat well. And because I need your energy, and I need you with. So for you, so for you not in, so you in your normal time zone. So I think you not feel very sleepy like me, but oh, here's a partner. But still, please, I want you to have lunch. So please take take your time to have lunch. You'll have 1 hour for the lunch. After the lunch, we will have around 30 more minutes where we'll cover governance, but this time about Azure resources. We talk about Azure AD before, and only one small topic that we have today is Azure resources. After this, I hope by that time, in 1.5 hours, all of you will have lab access, and so you can just start and execute all of the labs that we have in this course. Sorry, not all of the labs in this course, but labs from this day. Now you have 1 hour at 1:30 or 1:30 if you prefer the international version of time of this naming. You'll get back. I will talk 30 more minutes, and then we will have the line. We'll have labs till the end of the day. So, where is that? Oh, 60 more minutes. Have a good lunch, and see you in 60 minutes. All right. Let me ask you one thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, so we can hear you, and the lab details are yet not shared to some of the participants. So I think we're still taking some approvals.
I need around 30 more minutes to cover all of the topics that we have today, so maybe that's going to be enough, hopefully.
Yeah, if you can go through some more demos as well, which you have already planned.
Yeah, sure. That's what I want. That's what I want to do. So, oh, I hope your lunch was good. And I guess many of you, or at least some of you, already got lab access, hopefully. So what I wanted to cover with you, I will show you a few more demos about service that we need to cover here. Then I will show you how to deal with the lab, and we'll give you time to actually execute the lab. Hopefully by that time you will have an access. All of you will have an access. We have the last topic for today, and that is resource governance, which is, to be honest, it's not a part of any large objective. But for some reasons, Microsoft added to identity. I don't know which one's better, identity or platform protection. So governance also here in identity section, but that's slightly different topic. So before the launch, we talk about identities and also identity governance. But now let's talk about resource governance. On the resource governance. Let me create the resource group. Let's call it Vietnam as usual. Put it somewhere in West Europe. And let's click create. So let me create a new disk here. Manage disk. Let's call disk 1. And put that in West Europe. And the size, I will use the smallest one. Let's say HDD and 32, and click OK. Let's click create. I don't care about some other configurations. So what I want to show you here, I want to show you what I can do if I have the resource, what I can do to protect this resource from modification or from removal. And not any, but most of the resource that you have, I'll say any resource that you have here in Azure, they have what's called locks. And locks may help you to protect your resource, to govern your resource and the resource lifecycle. And if I go to locks, I can put a lock on my resource, and there are two types of locks, read-only lock and delete lock. So if I put delete lock, it means that nobody can delete this resource when lock is applied. Let's call del, and say delete lock, click OK. And now let's go to overview, click delete. Now, it doesn't work. So I can't remove this resource because that's the lock here. That's the lock here. And so you must remove the lock if you want to remove the resource. But what I can do, if I go to properties, size. Let's say I want to make it 32. Let's click resize. And now it's 32. So that works. It works. Now let's go back to locks. I want to remove this lock. And I want to apply the new lock, and this is going to be read-only. I'm going to call it read, and click OK. So what read-only means? Read-only means I cannot remove it, but also I cannot modify metadata. Let's try. So let's say go to overview. Let's click delete and click yes. No, it doesn't work. Let's go to size and performance. Let's change it to 34. Resize. No, it doesn't work. So now I cannot modify the disk. What will happen? In fact, the disk content may change. So that's not a problem to change the actual content. But I cannot change the metadata about the disk, the information about the resource. So about the information that Azure aware. So that's called locks. And what you can do, you may assign lock to the specific resource, or you may do it for the whole resource group or for the whole subscription. Let me remove this lock from the resource. Now let's go to the resource group level and add the lock to the whole resource group. It's going to be read-only. Click OK. And now let's try to go to resource group. Oh, now go to resource group. Let's add a new resource. And look at this. It says you cannot create any new resource in this resource group just because this group is locked. It's read-only. So the same thing, by the way, with subscription. So I can log the subscription for read-only or removal, and so nobody can create any resources in this subscription. How can you use that? For example, maybe you have the standard environment and it should not be modified because of compliance, or because of the regulations, or because of your internal process. And so you may create it read-only, you may make it read-only, and it will not be modified. But you should keep in mind about some of the possible issues possible issues with those logs. Let me go back to group level. Remove the log. Let me quickly spin the new virtual machine. Let's take Ubuntu. Called UB1. West Europe. Let's make it spot instance so it can save some money. Doesn't really matter. So everything else doesn't really matter. So let's just click create. Oh, that's pretty large VM, but anyway. So it should deploy quickly VM. Well, let's give a couple of more seconds. It should not take long. Let me just go to virtual machines and find UB1. So what may happen? What may happen if you create virtual machine and then you lock virtual machine? The problem that you may have is that virtual machine status, so that's creating or running or deallocating, that's a part of the metadata, and that this one cannot be changed. Let me quickly refresh. Look at this. It says running. Now it says running. Let me go to logs. And if I add read-only log and click OK and try to stop it, look at this. You cannot stop it. The reason because it's locked. So this status, this information, this running, cannot be changed from running to deallocating to any other statuses. So that's a possible problem that you may have. Some resources may stop to work normally if you log them for read-only at least. Deletion should be fine. For deletion, it may be an issue if you have disposable resources. I don't know if you heard about that, but that's quite popular architecture when you have like a virtual machine which is disposable, and if you have problems with the virtual machine, you do not fix it. You just remove it and redeploy. If you have this deletion log, you may have problem with removal of the old disposable resource as well. So logs, generally speaking, it's quite simple, but sometimes it may cause the problem because some resource may not be modified, and they must be modified. All right. Hope it makes sense. That's the first and the most simple governance technology. Next one. Let's go to the next one. And next one called policy, Azure policy. With Azure policy, you may do even more. With Azure policy, you may tell how your resource must be deployed. And also, even when they are deployed, they may be evaluated, and based on this evaluation, some actions may be taken. So first, let me show you some of the examples, and then you're going to decide yourself how you should use the policy. But let me show you a few cases. I'm going to go open portal. And find the resource group called policy. That's empty. Let's try to create a new virtual machine. Let's say Windows Server Data Center. Let's call it VS1. West Europe. Let's click create. Look at this. It says validation failed. You cannot create this resource. Let's see why. I cannot create the resource because of two reasons. Because of two policies. There's one policy that says require a tag and the value. Must only allow a certain VM platform image. Let's take a look on those policies. So let's go to policy definitions and find tag. And here's the policy. It says require a tag and its value on resources. Let me open this. And generally speaking, a policy is nothing more than JSON template. I hope you know how to read those templates. It is not a part of the course to learn JSON templates, but it's expected you already know at least how to read them. Let me show you the template. And the template says, so that's a built-in policy. It has two parameters, tag name that I must specify, and tag value. So those parameters, I must specify them during the assignment, and the actual policy rule. So policy check if there is no tag with the name from parameters, and the value also from parameter, then deny. So I must have a tag with the name that I specify here and the value that was specified here. In other case, if I don't have that, the effect will be denied. So I cannot create a resource if I don't have tags with those parameters. How can I find those parameters? So I'm showing you definition, but actually this is just a definition. To make it work, you must assign it. So here's the button, click assign, button assign. And you must assign it to the subscription, also optionally resource group. And by the way, if you have management groups where you have multiple subscriptions, you may also associate with management group if you have management groups. I don't, so I don't have this management group here. So let me choose subscription, and here I can choose resource group. So that's going to be the resource group assigned. Also, I can add some exclusions and parameters here. So here I can say tag name must be, let's say, the country, and the value is Vietnam. So it's something like this. I already have it assigned. Let me show the assignment. So I have an assignment. It's assigned to this to this subscription and to this resource group. And if I look at the parameters, oh, no. Can I see parameters here? sure. Oh yeah, I can. So now I don't see parameters here. Generally speaking, parameters in my case, it's country, and the value must be UK. Country and UK. I can see parameters actually when I have an error. I can click to the to this policy. Oh no, not here. Sorry. Oh, raw error. And if I scroll down, it says it must. So the value of the tag must be country, and so the name of the tag must be country, and the value must be UK. Let's try this. Let's say I want to go to tags, add name country, and the value is UK. Click next. Fingers crossed. I still have an error, but this time I have only one policy that blocks me from the resource creation. Now I have the second policy that says only allow certain VM platform image. All right, let's see this policy. Let's go back to policies. Let's find image. And this is custom policy, by the way. So the tag was built in, but this one is custom. So if you want to create something like this, you must create manually. So this policy, it says, if you deploy a VM which is not Ubuntu server, then it will not be allowed. Let's see how it looks like. So if I try to deploy the resource, which is virtual disk, virtual machine, or the scales, and the publisher, so if not, so there's if not, so if publisher not canonical, image offer not Ubuntu server, and image SKU is not 1804, then also deny. I'm trying to create here Windows Server, so that's why it doesn't work. Let me go back to basics, and let's change it to Ubuntu 1804. Let's click create. Come on. I can see some information missed here on basics. Come on. Oh, so now I have a problem here on basics. Looks like just because I switched from Windows to Linux, I need to tell here. Let's try to create again. Yeah, that's passed. So now I can clean. But before that, I couldn't because of the policies. So policy, because of policy, you may not allow to create something, and this effect is deny. But also I have some other effects. Let me show you some other effects, because deny is not the only one. And let's go to tags, back to tags. And let's try to click on the next one. Not require tag, but let's say append tag. Click here. And look at this. There's an effect called append. And so what will happen here? It looks very similar. So I have a parameter with tag name and tag value, and it looks for those parameters. But if they are not presented, effect will not be denied. It will automatically append those tags. So if you, if you didn't put them manually, they will be added automatically. So that's another effect of the policy. Let's add or replace tag. So there's another effect called modify. So that may change some. And let me show you a couple of more. So there's deploy deploy default anti-malware extension. By the way, this template you should know pretty well for the exam, because on the exam you may have the question, at least I had, with the template, and you must fill the gaps in the template for this anti-malware extension deployment. By the way, about anti-malware extension deployment, we'll cover that tomorrow, but the actual policy, it's here. I just want to show you the effect. Effect deploy if not exist. So how this template looks like. It checks if there's a machine, which is Windows Server. Look at this. There's a list of SKUs. So if there's a Windows Server, it checks if anti-malware extension is deployed. If not, it will automatically deploy this extension and also configure it. Oh. And also configure it. And let me just try to find the last one. Anti-malware again. Anti-malware. Look at this. So there are two policies. One of those says deploy default anti-malware extension, and another one says extension should be deployed. Let me click here on the should be deployed, and look here. It says effect audit if not exist. So this one will not deploy anything. It will just notify you if something does not exist. In my case, in this template, it's anti-malware. And so if anti-malware is not deployed, notify about this. So keep it in mind, policy may have different effects. So when you find the policy you want, and there are a number of policies here just by default, but you can create your own policy with JSON template. So you just take policy definition, and then you go to assignments, and you say assign policy. Choose the scope. That's what we discussed before. Choose the policy definition you want. Let's say anti-malware. Policy enabled, yes. Click next. There's no parameters for this specific policy. Do you have to enable? Do you want to create a remediation task? Yes, I do. So I want to remediate. So I want to deploy. And click next and click create. And so this policy will be assigned. All right, so that's policy and policy assignment. What we can also have, by the way, here with policy, there's another type of how to call it better, another type of governance object called initiative. Initiative is nothing more than number of policies that you combine together. So just multiple policies deployed at once. But when we talk about initiatives, usually we deploy it for different reasons. We deploy policy because we want to restrict something or whatever. Initiative we deploy usually because of the regulations. So, for example, there's an initiative for NIST, for UK official and UK NHS, Australian government ISM protected. So initiative, once again, it's nothing more than a set of policies, but we combine those policies together most of the time because of the compliance. And if you look at the category, you may find here compliance or guest configuration, compliance again, compliance. So initiative, once again, just number of policies, nothing more. But we combine them together for quite often for specific reasons. All right, so that's policies. Hope it was clear, and you may use policies in your subscription to allow or not allow deployment of something or fix resources if they are deployed not correctly, not according to your requirement. All right, and the last one, which is going to be the most abstracted, called blueprints. With blueprints, you may deploy the whole standardized environment. Because logs just tell you to protect specific resource or resource group. Policies, usually they just say how to also work with specific resource. Blueprint, it's a next step, because with blueprint you can deploy the standardized environment. So let me create a blueprint. So I'll go to blueprints, and there are some templates for blueprint, or I can create the empty one. So the start blank blueprint. Let's call it BP, like a blueprint. And the location will be in my subscription, and click select. And now next I must specify artifacts. So that's what artifacts, that's the actual resources and configurations that will be deployed with blueprint. So let's say add artifact, and I can say it should be policy assignment. Let's say policy about tag, click append. Also, there are two parameters. I can specify, let's say, country, and the name will be Vietnam. Next one, probably would be nice to create a resource group. So let me add a resource group. And let's say, let's call it RG. It's internal name. And so here the name will be Blue Demo. And the location, I will choose the location during assignment. Let's click add. And now what I want to do, edit artifact. Oh, I cannot. That's bad. Let's remove this. Let's add artifact with the resource group. Policy assignment. Let's find as a tag. And click add. And also let's specify only one parameter. So let's say country. And the next one, the value I will specify during assignment. I can assign the role. Let's say I want have a reader, M. Smith. M. Smith as a reader. Okay, M. Smith as a reader. And the last one, I might deploy the actual the template, and so I can specify what resources I want to deploy with this blueprint. So when I configure the blueprint, I can save it. That's going to be my standard environment that I want to deploy later on. So I create a blueprint. Let's find blueprint definition. Click blueprint, and now this blueprint in draft. So if you look at the state, it's draft. Let's click publish blueprint. Let's publish that. It's published. After it's published, I can assign it, and assign will actually deploy the resource. So let's click Assign Blueprint. And so this blueprint will be in the location, let's say West Europe. Do I want to lock resources there? I don't care. Now, when I deploy something, resource groups, I can specify some information. So let's say that my resource group will be in West Europe, and the value for country will be Vietnam. Type it like this. Click Assign. And that's it. That's it. Now I just need to wait. It takes some time. It will not be immediately, so maybe I need to wait around a minute. It depends on number of resources, of course. In this demo, it should take not more than a minute. But of course, if I deploy some complicated infrastructure, it may take an hour. If I deploy VPN gateways, that may take a lot. So in parallel, what I want to show you, I have another blueprint. And with this blueprint, I deploy virtual network from template. Let me just click Assign Blueprint again. West Europe. Resource group name that I want to create. Let's say BP 500. And there is and what must happen? The virtual network will be created with this name. Let's click Assign. Oh. All right. So now let's go to my resource groups and see if I have anything. No, not yet. Let's click refresh here. Oh, blue demo is already here. Let me open the blue demo. That was my first. that was my first deployment. So I didn't deploy any resources, but policies should be assigned, and user must have permissions. Let's click policies. And look at this. Is assigned. And also user Michael Smith must have read access. Look at this. So reader Michael Smith. All right, so that was deployed. Let's try another one. Blue 500. Not yet. Not yet. No, not yet. What I can do, I can go to blueprints, go to my assigned blueprints, and I can find here the actual what was actually deployed. So it should be. So it says everything was deployed. Let's go back. Now it should be deployed. And yeah, now I have BP 500, and there is a virtual network with this name. So Blueprint, that's the way how can we deploy like a standard environment where we configure everything and just deploy the template with access permit, with a role assigned, with permissions, with policies, and with some parameters. So that's a standard environment that you may deploy. All right, so here we reached to the end of our first day. It should be it should look a bit differently. So we first, as I mentioned before, should talk about some identity features. Then you do the lab, and then we continue. But because of this, because we have a lot of people and we need to provide you lab access, that took a bit longer. Let me ask Aparna, do we have lab access provided. All right, let me ask people, do you have lab access? Access to the lab. Not yet. Anyone? Not yet. Haven't gotten the lab. Not yet. Not yet. So looks like nobody has access to labs. All right. So, I plan to start the lab from this moment at least. But because we still don't have lab access, what I can do for you, I can give you some additional demos, which out of scope of the official course, but probably may be quite interesting for you and very useful as well. And also related to our topic, but out of scope of the course. So let's spend a bit more time on demos, and then I will ask again if you have lab access or not. Geez, my neighbors start to do some renovation. I hope you don't hear it. So, let me talk about one more topic. And this topic is going to be about leak credentials. Leak credentials. Haven't received it yet. So leak credentials. When you work with Azure AD, I already talked about that in the first part. The problem of Azure AD is the problem of Azure AD is that your accounts, they are public. So when you create an account, and if you don't have conditional access policy, your accounts are public, and they may be accessed from anywhere by anyone. From anywhere by anyone if they know username and password. What may happen? Attackers may know username and password of your users, at least user preferences that they use to create their password. Now let me show you how it looks like and what can we do with that. For this, ask if anyone wants to be a volunteer for the next demo. In the next demo, I just want to show you how attackers, if they know just an email address, email domain of the company, how can they collect some information? How can they collect information about user names, passwords, user preferences? So anyone wants to be volunteer? Ideally, you should have like a pretty large company. Because larger company you have, then more chances we get some data. Don't worry, you'll be safe. I will not compromise any information. I just want to show you. Oh, there's a volunteer. Thank you. So for this, I just ask you to provide your email domain, nothing more. You may not even tell your email address. Just email domain, nothing more. Oh. All right. I guess. All right. Let's. I see the hand raised. Do you want to provide your email domain, or you want to ask something? Can you please? Verify. All right, let me start with the domain they already have. And if somebody wants to add, all right, let's IT4VM. Let's try this one first. I have doubts about IT4VM because it looks like it's like an IT company. But let's try. And parallel, let me try the second one in parallel. Um, like this. All right. So what I'm doing now, I have downloaded databases with leaked credentials, gigabytes of data, and what I'm doing now, I'm using script to parse those databases, and I'm trying to find your domain and leaked credentials and like in those databases. And if I find that information, what it may mean, probably it means that users do one of the things. Number one, users register on third-party forum or social network, whatever, with corp email, and that resource was compromised. So that's the first reason why users may appear in the database of leaked credentials. So users just use their corporate email address. The problem here, users are lazy and they prefer to reuse their password. So if they use password once, they don't change them completely, those password completely. They just change one digit, add one digit. They don't change password completely. So if I have, for example, like password like this, then next month it will be password 1, then password 2, password 3, and so on. You know. So that's the first reason why we may have leaked credentials in the database. Second one, user get phishing link, type or creds, and they become public. Of course, you probably change password after this, but once again, the password body will be quite similar. So now we have 23% and 26% here. Let me open another window. Let's see if we have anything. For IT, as I thought before, nothing here. Usually IT people, they are not those not very smart things, like call it like this. When you click on the link, when you just click, or registered on the third-party resources with corporate emails, usually IT people don't do that. They're more accurate. We'll see. At this moment, I have 0. We scan 26 something %, but we have 0. For data that we get back, we have not a lot, but we have something. So we'll see. We have something. So let's wait before we finish. Nothing changed here at this moment. So not a lot, but we have something for data. So we just need to wait. And so before this, let me show you the existing one. chess. And let's just show the example. Look here, there's a user Kylie. This very good example. So look, we have multiple credentials of user. Looks like it was compromised several. And look here. Can you see the difference between those two passwords? Only last two letters. In the first case, they were capitalized. In the second case, no, they are not. The string values. But if you look on other passwords of Kylie from different accounts, they also use the same password with capitalized or non-capitalized FI. So users, they have preferences, and they really like to reuse the password because users are lazy. So if password was compromised once, there's a high chance that your user has the real password, which is very close to that was compromised. So that's a problem with those split credentials. So probably the password will not work. But also I do this assessment for most of my customers, and sometimes we found passwords that users still use, but it's not for Azure AD. That's for the resource for third-party resources. For example, user create a Skype account on the corporate email, and Skype doesn't require to change password. So, and we found that this user have the password Skype, for example. You may also, by the way, find what was the source of leakage. I think you know this resource. It's called Have I Been Pwned.com. So you may take any email here, let's say Kylie Marks, or maybe Kim Loader is shorter. Kim Loader at like this. Yep. Oh no, that was compromised. There's no source. It just says that you may find this password in those databases. But sometimes we can find, quite often we can find that was compromised from LinkedIn and so on. All right, let's see what do we have here for us here, 54%. Let me see. Now I have a bit more for that .vac. I think it sounds like this. Still 0 for IT for VM, which is expected once again, which is expected. All right, so let me show you how can we, what services we may use in Azure to protect our company from this. Or I hope you cannot hear all of those noises that I hear. So let me go to Azure AD. And if I go to security, I can find here authentication methods. And if I go there, and password protection. And so in password protection, I can add passwords that I want to block and I want to ban in my company. So you may tell that users cannot use specific passwords. For example, let's take it's quite common by the way, policy in the company: do not use company name. So let's take this company name. And let's say we don't allow to use this password. So now what I want to do, I want to view my account. Okay, I want to view my account. All right, my sign-ins at Microsoft.com. Security. Where is that? Security information. No. Organizations. Yeah. And if I go to password here, I can password. I'm not sure if I remember this old password because I use different way to authenticate. Now let's try to use. Let's take this. Can you please mute your microphone? Someone here. All right, let me help you. All right, so I'm going to take this password, this word. Let me try to edit as a password. Of course, it's weak. It's weak password doesn't work. All right, let's make it stronger. Let's add. Let's make capitalize D. Let's make add as A. So this one's better. Oh, that's strong. Cool. Let's click submit. No, doesn't work. So it says this password is blocked by your organization, but your administrator. So you cannot use this word in your company. And if I add digits there, also it will not work. So that's password protection where we can ban some passwords. The most interesting feature here about this, one of the most interesting idea, is I can integrate that with my on-prem ID. It's not about Azure ID only, but I can integrate that with my on-prem ID. And when your users in your on-prem ID, they try to change the password and try to use the password from the list of banned passwords, then they will be blocked. They cannot. Another user will block. I mean, they cannot change the password to that value. And the quite common question I have from customers, like, hey, why not to take the list of leaked passwords, I mean, like rocky.txt, the dictionary, and paste the whole dictionary here, and so users cannot use any password from the dictionary. No, that will not work because we have the limitation here, only 1,000 passwords that will be banned. So at this moment, we cannot take rocky.txt that contains millions of passwords and paste here. So that's the reason why I make a search for leaked credentials to find out the specific credentials that user prefer to use in this company. So that's the reason. Because if it was possible to, credentials and just all of the leaked credentials in the world, then it will be more simple, but it's not possible at this moment, at least. All right, so let's see. So we finished the search. As I mentioned before, in IT for VM, there's nothing here, so I can remove all of this. For date VM VAC, we have not a lot, but we have. So do you want to see them? I ask you for permission to open them. But what I can do, I can open only users without passwords. So you just can see the usernames, but not passwords. So just tell me what do you want. I can open file where username and passwords are. Oh yeah, sure. So I can open any of those. Only users, only passwords, or users with passwords. Any of those. Which one? users only, which one can see, or with users with passwords, choose any you want. Mm, just keep in mind that people can see that, other people can see that. But also keep in mind that I didn't hack anything, I just used public information. So just all right, so let me start from users. I think that's the less sensitive, and then if you wish, I can open with passwords. Oh, we can see all except password. All right, let's see users, because master. So this one that's a passwords only, and this one is a matches between users and passwords. So let me just see users only. Not a lot, but how many? Maybe 10, 11 people. And all of those from subdomains. This one is from root domain. And this one, creative, I think it's a service account. About this one, not sure. But most of them from subdomains. Let me take one of the user, and I'm just gonna show you where it came from. So let's say Dawn, like this. Let me check. There's a correct one. Oh, not data. Dot. Yep. And that's from LinkedIn. So it looks like user used his corporate email to sign up on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn was compromised in May of the year 2016. Probably a user changed password many times after this, but we know that user has preferences. Let's try another one. Let's try to take this one. Also LinkedIn. Can I share those files? Yeah, sure, no problem. Yep, you will have everything and passwords as well. I know some companies, and they and their corporate policy, according to their policy, they don't want to see matches between usernames and passwords, but also what they prefer to see the passwords only, and just analyze the password complexity and what words users use for password. So what I can do, I can take passwords. I will not show your passwords. Let me just take NHS. Let's say NHS passwords. There's a number of passwords. What I can do here, I can take passwords from those lists, and of course, I should also analyze those passwords. For NHS, it's pretty hard because lots of credentials. For you, it will be more simple. So you may take those passwords and block them here, block them with password protection. And so you will make sure that users will not use those passwords next time, or the part of this password next time when they change their password. Also, what you may do, you may use tool, if you have it, called Attack Simulator. And so with Attack Simulator, you may just run the brute force or password spray against one of your accounts or all of your accounts. So you may take those passwords from that dictionary that you found, and you may try to brute force your users with that dictionary. and if you found any successes, that means that one of those passwords is correct. Probably it won't be a case, but just in case, you should check it. You should check it. And the last thing that also some companies do, some companies not, they ask users. So they just send emails to users like, hey, that's your password that exists somewhere on the web. Do you use this password anywhere? And quite often users say, oh, yeah, I use this password for some of my accounts, maybe personal accounts, but I use this password. So that's what you can do with those leaked credentials. And also one last thing. I don't know if it's important or not for you. Let me just show you one thing. If your accounts in Office 365, then it will not work. But if your account's somewhere in the third-party email system, then you may also try to verify if those accounts really exist. Let me show you what I mean. Let's go to Verifier. So there's a resource called Hunter.io, and there is a tool called Verifier. In general, this Verifier will just use Telnet to connect to connect to the email server. Let me take this user. Looks like you're using in Office 365. Oh, this one is not. This one is not. And you can see that users still work for the company. Users still work for the company. At least this email still exists. And looks like this one is not in Office 365. This one in some other email system. Some other. Because Office 365 usually doesn't run input. Really? Let's see. Dawn. This one is correct. Is this in Office 365? I think no. It should be no. Dawn. It is on Office 365.
Yeah. Huh?
I'm not sure. Not sure about this. Oh, I think it's not for me. No, it's not for me. Because it connects to via Telnet to the email server, and ask email server if this one exists. Office 365.
Hello, nghe nè.
Just I'm not sure if he's talking to me. Because when you use Office 365, the Office 365 always send the reply even if email doesn't exist. Let's say, let's do something weird. Yeah, I know it's a crazy format. Let's say 1, 2, 3, verify. But it says accept all, so it will not tell you true if this exists or not. But if I let's say here. Oh, this one is valid, but if I say 1, 2, 3, invalid. Look at this. So now I can see which one exists, which one does not exist. It depends on how server respond to the request. Office 365 always say yes. I mean, it always accept everything, so it will not provide you valuable information. But if you use some other servers, your on-prem server, it depends on your configuration, or third-party servers, it depends on your configuration. All right. Any questions about this? Any questions? If anyone wants to check your company, let me know. I will just do it, not publicly, just do it myself, and then we'll share those results with you. And for this data via VAC, please tell me how can I send you those files. So you may tell me your email address if you want me to share this data. All right. Let me try again. Aparna, do we have lab access? Oh, I may say, I may ask you, do you have lab access now? Yeah, sure, I can send it to this address. Just tell me, do you have lab access? Anyone here? Someone? Somebody? Can I explain about accept all? Yes, sure, I will. All right, so still not. All right, so let me show you about accept all. Accept all. And then we'll jump to lab and show you the lab and just tell you to wait to get the lab. All right, so let me show you about this accept all. That's a configuration of email server. It means that email server will not send the reply to another one who tries to connect. Will not send the reply about if user exists, if recipient exists or not. About exist or not. Let me show you that how it looks like. How it looks like on the telnet. I'm not sure I remember all the commands, but I think I can go about that. So it depends, by the way, on your server configuration. Your server may not accept this connectivity. Let me show you how can you check it manually. So if I open telnet, oh, before that. So let's say ns lookup data date viet vac dot vm. And here's the address. I think I can connect to this one. Oh, no. Wait a second. Let's look up. type equals MX. I need a max record. And the main is that get back.vm, like this. I hope I remember. The same one? Let me check. Maybe I missed something with NS lookup a max record. Maybe I missed something in the maybe I missed something in the syntax. NS lookup. That q equals a max and that get back.vn. Oh yeah, fine. It says Outlook. Interesting. Interesting. All right. That's weird because Office 365 should send me always accept all. All right, now I have the address. Now what I want to do, I want to use Telnet to connect here. Using port 25. Oh, Microsoft SMTP mail. Oh, looks like you have email protection, cloud protection, but actual email server is on-prem. All right, let's say hello. And there's a hello from protection. Now, Telnet, something like recipient. Recipient. So it should be like this. I don't think we need these curly brackets, but let's say, oh, before this, I think I should mail from. Yeah, mail from first. So let's take this one. Mail from, let's say, info at Aeroflot. That's the Russian airlines company. By the way, by Aeroflot, they came to Vietnam. Yeah, sender's okay. And now let me check do on. That get back that in. And recipient is okay. So that's a communication between, so I tell to your server, I'm another server, I'm another mail server, and I want to send you an email, and I ask you, do you have this person? Because I want to send you an email. So I just check if the recipient is correct. If I say something different, oh, that's how that's how Office 365 responds usually. So it always says okay, always, even if I send something different. Interesting. But now I have the typical Office 365 response. But for some reasons, Hunter can find that is that like embodied. But that's an idea. That's an idea. Oh, by the way, yeah, Yeah, that's correct. Everything is fine. So that's an idea behind that. So it's also it's contact. So it should Hunter should contact to your mail server, and it says, "Hey, I'm another mail server. Um, I want to send the email to this person. Is it possible?" And now it depends on your email server configuration, because your email server configuration may say, "Oh yeah, I don't have this person. Oh yeah, I don't have this person. So here's the list. I don't have it." Or it may say, "Hey, of course I have it, but in fact it may not be a case." Um, so that's an idea behind that. And if you configure your mail server to hide your actual information about the recipient, that's possible. That's possible. In that case, your senders, they will not get non-delivery report, but at the same time, attackers cannot enumerate your account. All right. So hope that was clear. I don't know why it says here invalid and in the telnet. I don't. You may tell me. You know better your infrastructure. Or you may not tell me. Just information. Just information to think about that. All right. So now let me just show you how labs look like, and then we will make a break, and I will tell you do the lab when it's possible. That's what I'm going to do with you next. All right, so we finished with content. I even gave you more than expected today, but once again, we have. Sorry about this. We have so many people. Labs, they must be assigned individually, and of course it's hard to check every single person because we have a new record here. Usually we have not that much people. I really appreciate that we have so many people here, but for those who, for our colleagues who assign labs, that's a pain to associate lab with each person and check that each person really exists and was registered. Let me show you how labs look like. And after this, I'm going to ask you to do the lab yourself. And hopefully you will get those labs at least today. So let me show you how lab looks like. To access your lab, you must go to lms.go-deploy.it. Let me just send here as well. lms.go-deploy.it. So you go to this website and you use your address to register. Oh, you must click register here, and so you register to. To be honest, it's not really important which address you will use for register. So you register with any address you want. And here you must click register for another lab, or maybe it will be something like this. So let's say register. Then on top right, click register lab. Click here and type the code that you got. You will get from my colleagues. So type the code. It's going to be a few symbols here. Type the code, and you will get AZ500 lab environment. Click Open Lab, and you will have several labs. For today, we have labs today labs from 1 to 6. From 1 to 6. Let me launch any of those labs and let me show you how the actual lab looked like. So you click on the lab, launch the lab, and that will take a few minutes to fully deploy the lab. It will not take 3 minutes for deployment. So it will deploy some of the parts in 30 seconds, but fully deployed lab will be in 3 minutes. It depends on the lab, of course, but average time is 3 minutes. So let me wait. Soon my VM should appear. All right. And now I have the lab environment. And so let me explain how to navigate this lab, how to use this lab. First of all, I have virtual machine. Sometimes for some labs, I may have multiple virtual machines, like it may be CL1, DC1. For example, lab for synchronization has multiple servers. But most of the time, it's only one VM. You may not use this VM if you don't want, but sometimes you need to do something from PowerShell, and there are tools here that pre-installed, and so you must do it from this VM. But most of the things on the portal you may do it. You may do it from your host machine. It will be a bit faster than your virtual machine. By the way, what also it would be a nice idea is to check this box, enhanced mode, and that will enable RDP connectivity. And now I have full screen here. When I need to log in to the workstation, there is a username and password, admin and password. You don't need to type them. There's a button here, and if you click this button, it will automatically paste this information. So that's information to log into the actual VM. But most of the things will be done in the cloud, so you must log into the cloud as well. For the cloud, there is a credentials here. Office 365 tenant. Office 365 tenant. I know you don't have. Access at this moment.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, Sergey. So yes, everyone, I would like to officially apologize for this again. This is an exceptional case where we see a lot of strength, which was totally unexpected, and so a long chain of approvals in going on. Yeah, na. So yes, na. We are just on top of it. We are trying to consolidate a final list, and it should be shortly, and then we should be good. I'm really sorry. We apologize for this, but the lab codes and DMARC resources should be there in your email shortly. I'll
Thanks,
just
Aparna.
send the final across. Yes. Now I'll be sending you the final consolidated unique IDs.
Good. But we appreciate that we have so many people, and that you interested in that topic, and you decided to spend the week on that. But yeah, that was slightly unexpected. So you will have your lab access code soon. I don't have them. It's deployed not by me. I have it only for myself. Yeah. I cannot hear you well. I'm not sure they're talking to me. I heard my name, but all right. Or at least I think I heard my name. So if you want to log into the cloud, so you must use these credentials from here. click here, click next, type password, sign in, and you're all set. So now you can start the lab. Next question. Okay, so I logged into the virtual machine. I logged into the portal. What should I do? To actually find an instruction, there is a second tab called Lab Guide here. Click here. And there's instruction here. If you have two screens, ideally if you have two screens, two monitors, you can click View Another Window and drag this window with instruction to the second screen. And on the first screen, you can just execute the lab. On the second screen, you see you just look at the instruction. So that's ideally. And once again, every time when you see this small button, it means that you can click it, and that will type this the string to the virtual machine. So that's how can you execute the lab. So what I can enter the registration code below. Please don't share it. Don't share the registration code because that's your personal one below. Let me just finish. When you finish the lab, go to home, exit the lab, end the lab, and then complete, and then discard. Just say the complete. It will just mark this lab as a completed, and do them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they all have the similar structure. So you have virtual machine, access to the cloud, access to the virtual machine, and the instruction. Once again, if you want to get the lab, you must first get the code. I'm not sure that you already have it. I think not. So when you get the code, you click register for another lab, enter the code here. The code you have, that's not the real one. I don't think it will help you. Yeah. So register the code that you have. Open for you AZ500. And then do them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you doing the lab and you don't know what to do, that you have some issues with the lab, I will be here, but I didn't. Probably you should have your lab access soon. So I will be here, and will help you. I will be here for the next hour, by the way. Hopefully you at least can start the lab. At least you can start the lab here. So I'll be here till for the next hour, and I can help you with your lab execution if you have some issues. I have no idea. What does it mean? I can read only 2 words here. No, 3 words. Code, lab, and mail. Everything else is... I have no idea what is that. I have no idea what is that. But will we receive the email code from email? Yes, you will soon. You will soon. You will soon. You will get the code soon. And as soon as you get code, you're all set. You may start. What is good? You may do lab anytime you want. So even in the evening, but of course it would be nice if you do it when I'm here with you, and so I can help you if you have any issues, ideally. If not, that's also okay. Instruction is quite clear. All right, so now what I want to do, I want to mute my microphone, and hopefully you will get the lab access soon. And so you can start the lab today. But by the way, why it's important to do the labs? The reason is when you watch my demo, it's fine, it's nice, At least I think it's nice. Hopefully, maybe you think something different. It's nice. You can understand in general what the service is all about. But even with my demo, you will not remember the steps. So if I go back, if I ask you, can you tell me the steps to create conditional access policy? If you saw it for the first time, so if you haven't done before, probably you will not tell me how to create conditional access policy or how to enable something, or how to create a blueprint. What should you do first, second, third? Probably you don't remember this because when you just watched once, it's hard to remember it. But when you do it yourself with your own hands, when you get your hands dirty, then you memorize it much better. So labs are important. So please do them. Do them. Do them. Because tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we'll have more labs. So it's better to do all of the labs about identity today, ideally, and then tomorrow we'll start our topics about platform protection. All right. Do you have any questions about topics that we had today? Don't ask me about any codes. I don't have them. That's not that's not deployed by me. Any questions about the content, identity, Azure AD, anything related to it? Or lab navigation, that's also a question to me, but not lab access. When will we receive? Soon. All right. No questions. So what I want to do next, I want to say to you, thanks that you joined. That's a big pleasure for me when I have more people, because I know in that case I can just distribute my experience and knowledge to a larger amount of people, which is pretty good. So I want to thank you that you joined this session. And that was the first day when we talk about identity and access. Tomorrow, we'll have the second objective, which is platform protection. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about networking, firewalls, network protection, containers, virtual machines, net security. So all of those things related to platform protection will be also quite interesting day. And I bet you will learn a lot. Especially what you'll observe, IT pro people, they don't work with containers a lot, so you will learn things about containers as well. Not only about containers, of course. So tomorrow we'll continue with platform protection. Today we have 15 more minutes in this class. I hope in the next 15 minutes you will get lab access. So you can start the lab, and if you have any questions about this, you may ask those questions to me. Now it's time to make a break, because we're talking about Azure for, I guess, 1 hour 40 minutes, which is quite a lot. So let's make a break, and I will mute my microphone, and I will not unmute myself again today. So that's the reason why I show you thank you very, very much and bye-bye and see you tomorrow. But actually, I will not disconnect at this moment. I will stay here. And if you have any questions, I will handle them in the chat. But I will mute myself for the rest of the time and will help you if you have anything through the chat. So please wait before you get a lab. Hopefully, it will be in the next 10, 15 minutes, And so please start them. And if it's possible, if you have time today, so tomorrow you may just start clear with platform protection. All right. So thank you very much for your participation. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. in your local time. And tomorrow we're gonna continue with networking.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.